All right, friends. I think we are live on YouTube. Give me 1 second. We'll go live on TikTok. Should be live on TikTok now. If you give me another second, I'll make sure that the guest boxes are open. Guest boxes are open. Give me 1 second to set up the guest box for the right video format. There we go. We should be ready to rock and roll. Welcome in, friends. Hey, it's Friday night. It's good to see everyone. Hope you're having a great night tonight. Hope you've got a good weekend planned. I think it's good weather this weekend, and hope you're ready for a little bit of grilling. It should be a lot of fun, friends. And also, um, we've already got a super chat in the house. Good to see you, Texas Panhandler. Texas Panhandler coming with a $10 super chat says, I've been thinking about how I ground my worldview a lot lately, and I've concluded that it's grounded in the Rock of Doug. Tag, you're it. Happy Furlough Friday. Here's to the end of the shutdown. Wait a minute, there's news on the shutdown? Am I hearing this correctly, that the shutdown has been ended? I didn't know that. Guys, I don't really catch up with the news anymore. I'm basically getting my news through the TikTok audience and the YouTube audience at this point. Good to see you, Dr. Joe. Ems, good to see you. Oh, we got Dalton here. Yeah, so if the government, someone let me know, somebody comment for me. Let me know if the government shutdown is still, if it's still a thing, or if they got that squared away. I gotta be honest, I don't even know what led to the shutdown. I didn't know if it was a standoff over the budget or what. Dalton, buddy, your mic is not doing well, or your connection, one of the two. Having some hardware issues there.
How does it sound?
That's a little better. It's not better.
Sorry, my internet. I forgot that.
I think your
No.
internet's connected okay. It's the mic that sounds like crap.
Yeah, that makes sense. 1 second.
It's okay. Dex, welcome in, my friend. Great to see you. Thank you for sending out 5 DZ Debate gifted memberships. I super appreciate that. Now, it is October 3rd, and I'm told again that we're supposed to have a rapture apparently on the 6th or before the 6th. So we'll see what happens with that. Still waiting to find out if we're going to go up into the clouds or not. Dr. Joe, thank you for the love, I appreciate that. I always found Jesus and God being up in the clouds a little bit problematic. It's like the least desirable place you would want to be if you're up in the clouds. It's just like moist and sticky all the time up there, I would imagine, like especially if you're in the cloud. So I don't know, it seems like a big oversight that all these ancient God concepts end up with the gods in the clouds. It's almost like they didn't know what was up there. And Pi, thank you for the $5 super chat. Pi says Philbro's clock must be mandatory across all platforms. It is mandatory now, my friend. We've instituted it. We're going to be doing the Philbro clock. We are doing it. And Steven, welcome in. Great to see you, my friend. Steven says, what do you think of John Fugelsang and his book Separation of Church and Hate, in which he posits there is a liberal and there is AA liberal and we need to unite? Well, I don't know what AA liberal means, but I have not read the book, so unfortunately I can't really comment on it since I don't actually know the contents of it. So unfortunately I can't really help you much there. Edward, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, do you remember when the Sadducees presented a really good hypothetical and Jesus just started to piss and moan? Yeah. Yeah, in fact, I do. Listen, the reason why Christians don't answer questions is because Jesus never answered questions. Every answer he ever gave was a diversion. And Christians read that in the New Testament. They're like, oh, look, he's so smart. He avoided the question. Like, no. He just avoided the question.
So that's where Darth Dawkins learned it. Okay.
It is. He found. Yeah, he got it from his.
I, I, I ran into him last night, and I wasn't
Oh,
sure if he would remember. I wasn't sure if he would remember me because it's been over a year, but he did. He confirmed he remembered me. He said, "Yeah." I said, "Yeah, this is the guy who blocked me." He said, "Yeah, because you're a little asshole," which is how I knew he remembered me.
that's super Christian behavior. Logan, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says just debated a Christian that said Hosea 6:1-2 was a clear prophecy about Jesus' thoughts. Seems clearly about Israel. I agree. Yeah. Hosea 6 is about the restoration of the Israelite people, how the people will be restored after the Assyrian conquest. It has nothing to do with an individual, with a human being raised whatsoever. Forge the God, welcome in. Thank you for the $5 super chat. It says when a guest says they're Protestant, you guys generally groan. Are they exceptionally silly? I've never done that. No, I don't have any problem with Protestants. I groan when they're Orthodox. The Ortho Bros are the ones that we cringe over. They're the worst. I actually get excited sometimes though when we get a Catholic because Catholics are fun. You don't like, most Catholics don't do debates anyway, so it's kind of nice to get one. It's kind of like getting a JW. You don't get a JW very often. And Logical Apostate, thank you for the super chat. Says I love watching a live from beg to end. I think it means beginning to end. And thank you so much for being here. We appreciate that. And I got two more super chats. We'll get our first guest in here. Jennifer, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. It says thrilled to catch you live again and hope your cat is doing well and on the mend. Happy Friday. Well, Pi is doing much better. He's actually up and moving around the house today. He's still sleeping a lot. You know, cats sleep a lot anyways, but he's doing much better. He thought about jumping on the bed earlier and decided that might be a little too much for him right now. But he's getting there. He's getting back to normal. It's going to take another week or so, I think, before he's feeling up to speed though. But I mean, he's got 9 lives. He only used 2 of them. We got 7 left. We're going to be okay. Texas Panhandler, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says just hoping for the shutdown to end. I'm a Fed employee, so sitting around waiting sucks. Oh, I didn't. Okay, you were hoping it would end. Well, I hope for your sake that it ends as well. And welcome in everybody from the Ian raid. Big W, everyone coming over from Ian's live stream. We just got our live stream kicked off, and now we're getting our first guest in here. And is the name Bina?
Bino.
Bina? How you
It's
doing, Bina?
Hebrew, but pretty good.
Yeah,
So I've just got
understanding.
2 questions for you. I
Mhm.
don't believe in the Christian God, but I do believe that a God exists. So I'm just wondering, why do you think that there are no gods?
Well, first of all, because there's no evidence for a God. But second, because the God concepts that I'm aware of are all like hopelessly contradictory. And one of the reasons why they're typically contradictory is because they usually have some sort of a book that proclaims like the will and desires of the God, and the book itself is usually an absolute disaster. So like I could like with the right evidence, I could be convinced to believe in like a deistic concept, but I have no reason to believe that there's a theistic concept out there that's sensible.
That's fair. So
So
there's
what do you
many
think what do you think would be the good reason to believe in your God?
direct evidence and
Like what?
interactions with the God. For example, let's say God came down to you and then he interacted with you. Would you believe that there was a God then?
Maybe. I mean, it gets you closer. There's a lot of things you would have to rule out first. Like it wasn't a hallucination. You weren't having some sort of psychosis. There's lots of things you would want to take a look at. But as a person, like if a God showed up to me and there was no other explanation for it, I would at least consider the idea that it could have been some kind of a God.
Okay, that's fair. But I'm just wondering, like, what about the prevalence of gods in ancient cultures, like before our civilization, before the Christianity religion, the Jewish religion, or like there's like what do you call it? There's like pagans, and there's like the Mesopotamic religions with their gods. So why are humans attracted to the idea of gods if they do not exist? Like, wouldn't they have
Because
figured it out already? Like, for example, there's like lots of sacrifices and stuff. So like, they would be like, "Hey, I'm going to sacrifice to this god," and if it doesn't work, then why would they still believe it?
yeah, because they're programmed to believe it. So typically, like these religious mandates, at some point, they weren't all from top down hierarchical. They used to be like a family deity, like this is our family deity. And then once we got from nomadism into city states, then they started to have a hierarchy, a top down approach, because the reason why shit keeps happening to your people group is because God's mad at you. Well, why is God mad at you? Well, because your people group were doing this thing. So now we're like, well, listen, the people leading this people group, they need to enforce these laws now. And so you get a more strict interpretation of what God wants by making up solutions to problems that don't actually exist. But the reality is, the God concept started from people's like normal intuitions. Like there's a noise over there. Something must be causing it, right? There's a glowing orb in the sky. It must be alive. These are the concepts that initially started with there are other entities than just us walking around here on the earth.
Yeah,
So
actually,
see,
we actually have evidence that there was a point after humans developed the idea of spirits, of us having like spirits that live on in the afterlife, that certain families in Egypt would have altars dedicated to ancestral spirits, and over time, those ancestral spirits just become a bit more pronounced, more and more over time until they get to like God level, basically. Um,
s-
yeah,
okay,
in
that's
regards
fair.
to the why would they keep sacrificing to them, I think it's called, and y'all could correct me if I'm wrong, sharpshooter fallacy. You make enough sacrifices, and sometimes it brings rain, sometimes it doesn't. Just ignore the times it doesn't, and think that the times it does bring rain, that it's because the God is answering your prayers.
That's fair. That's fair. Then what would you think about like the Aztecs religions where it's like very institutionalized, they did sacrifices, but if if they stopped, like where do you think like the idea of sacrifices came from and stuff like that? Because to me, I still can't get over the hump that if the religion didn't work, then why would people still believe it? You know,
I
like
mean,
there has to be some truth to them if they kept doing these rituals and stuff like that. But if
what do you
nothing
think
happened, then why wouldn't they stop?
what do you think the word works means? Because for the majority of history, like a lot of these religions didn't do anything for their people.
Really?
What have they done? They've caused
Like,
division and bloodshed and wars.
I know that is terrible, but I'm like back to the sacrifice idea. Like, if you sacrifice something to God and then something good happened to you, and
So what?
then I know you were talking about the sharpshooter fallacies, but what if? But this is sacrifice. It's like they have to give like a lot of their money to this God, right? So if like
So
it's
what?
not like
Or
sacrificing.
well,
Um,
I don't think the Aztecs had money. They would have sacrificed their
I
animals and
know, but
crops.
like, yeah, but that's worth a lot of time, right? That's a thing of a lot of value. It's not like I'm throwing away a McDonald's meal. It's like I'm throwing away a year's work or something like that
Yeah,
for the deity. And if it didn't work, why would I still follow the religion?
it doesn't work because people are convinced that you have to do it anyways, and when it doesn't work, they make excuses like God is mad. So, for example, if you read the Hebrew Bible and you're Jewish, you'll discover that every time an invading army came in and beat up on the Israelites, it was because God was mad at them. This was God's vengeance, and so there's always an excuse for God's failures. When something good happens, you blame it on God. When something bad happens, you blame it on you.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Mm, yeah, that's because the for me the only thing that gives evidence of God is that the sacrifices work. You know,
But they don't.
like uh they don't like
No.
every si- like what about like occult rituals then, you know,
What
like
about
making
them?
deals with what about like it's like not mainstream religions, okay, like nobody's forcing them to do these blood sacrifices and stuff like that, right? But
Uh,
they keep
I
doing
mean,
them. Why?
if sacrifices worked 100% of the time, don't you think someone would have used that to present evidence in favor of the existence of a deity?
Yeah, that's the occult, like that's like lots of the satanists and
Do, do,
the
do we have any do we
you have
have any
evidence.
evidence that there's yeah, do we have any evidence that their sacrifices have a 100% like rating of like success? Like they always get
No,
what it is that
I
they're
don't think
asking.
I don't know because I'm not an occultist. I'm not like a satanic worshiper. But for example, those people that do these sacrifices, it must work. Otherwise, why would they
Oh,
do them?
it doesn't work. They're just as blind as the religious believers. In fact, I've got
Really?
a really good friend on TikTok, who spent the better part of a year and a half to 2 years, every day almost going live on the internet, asking Satan to possess him, just to prove to Christians that Satan isn't real. And golly gee, he never got possessed by Satan.
That's fair. But we hear all these stories about the occultists, right? And how they do
There's
sacrifices.
there's
But
stories,
you don't
man.
believe those stories? So, okay,
No.
no, that's like, okay, that's fair. So you don't believe like there's like a cabal that does sacrifices and they control the world? Or is that
No.
just whoa talk for you?
That's crazy
Or
talk.
it's crazy talk? Okay.
Yeah.
Mm, that's fair. Well, I don't think I can prove to you that God exists, but yeah. Well, it was nice talking with you. Like my main point was just the sacrifice thing, but
Sure.
you don't believe that people do sacrifices like the occult. So I can't talk to you about that. That's fair.
People do
Well,
sacrifices, but they just don't work all the time. They work at the same rate as chance. It's like prayer. It is the same turnaround as prayer.
yeah, I don't think prayer is working because I don't believe in the Christian God, but I do believe like there is a God. But like I can't convince you of that. There's like no
Do you
evidence
believe in
for
the
it.
God of the Hebrew Bible?
No,
Oh,
I
okay.
don't
Never
believe.
mind then.
Like to
Okay.
me, like the
Listen,
best
Bina,
solution would be
if
the
you could
Gnostic.
if you could make sacrifices to your God and ask for something and it always came to pass, hell, that would convince me that your God is real.
Well, I don't believe in a God that needs sacrifices though, but I do believe in like spiritual entities and stuff. Like I really like the Gnostic explanation of the world, but I don't. I do believe in spirits and stuff like that, but I don't believe like there's this one Christian God, something like that. So
Right.
you guys are like well versed in like because you were a pastor before, right? So you went to seminary
Yeah.
and stuff like that. So you know all the
Uh-huh.
Christian arguments. To me, they're very weak arguments because there is no evidence for that, and it always is circular reasoning towards the Bible. But
Yeah.
in
Yeah.
Gnosticism, like it's just like to me
Christian
like
apologetics
every
is broken out of the gate.
yeah it is pretty broken, but to me like they're just stories to explain the spiritual, but you don't believe in the spiritual at all, no?
No, why would I?
Because you've never experienced it. But that's fair. Yeah, I'm not here to convince you of that,
Okay.
but I'm just saying like there has to be some truth in the spiritual. Otherwise, like we wouldn't do sacrifices, we wouldn't do this prayer stuff. You know, like
No,
we wouldn't
people
do any
would.
of this stuff really. Well, like
I have a
what do
sister
you
who
think?
every time like the wind blows the wrong way, she burns sage in her household because she thinks it wards off the evil spirits.
The
Do you
evil
think spirits
spirits.
are afraid of sage?
No, I think that
But she
maybe
thinks it
like it was
works.
like a medicinal, like maybe there was like some medicine in the past, you know, like they burnt sage and then like some diseases were warded off or something, and that's the reason for that
Right,
superstition.
but in
But
her mind it feels like it's working, right? Because what's happening in her mind is in her mind. Like the supposed evil spirits are in her mind. Burning the sage to ward them off, all in her mind. These are merely placebo effects.
yeah, that's but that's you're more centric to the like the Christian worldview where belief is important. I don't think belief is important at all. I don't think that you believing that spirits exist matter, even if they exist or they don't exist. You know, I don't think belief has any value whatsoever.
Yeah, I
Like
don't think they
it's
care
people
about
can be
me.
delusional. Yeah, I don't think so either.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Well, listen, Biden, it was good to talk to you. I'm gonna see
yeah.
if I can
Sorry
get
about that.
a
I
believer up
just
here, and
yeah
we can
yeah
yell
we
at
could
each other for
debate
a
it.
little bit.
Okay, have a nice
It's
day.
okay. It's good to hear from you, man.
Yeah, bye.
Cheers, friend.
Cheers.
That took a sharp left turn at one point into conspiracy theory land.
I was shocked. Friends, if you're watching on YouTube, you can join using the link on the screen, tiny.cc/DZGuest. If you're watching on TikTok, you can join the standard method. I see we have My Dog is Better Than Yours in the queue, and we'll grab them next. And I have to say, currently I don't have a dog, so I can only agree with you on that.
And
Let me
just in case
grab.
you haven't
Mhm.
noticed them, Blitz is here.
Yeah, welcome in, buddy.
Just making sure.
Much
Blitz,
appreciated.
Blitz is sneaky. Blitzer, you coming up to cook?
Always.
Awesome. Let me read some super chats and we'll get our next guest in here. Brian, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says thrilled to be back on another Friday episode! Exclamation. Hey, we're happy to have you, friend, and thank you for supporting. Squid, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Says, I feel for Texas Panhandler, but the Dems need to hold the line against that wretched swamp goblin, Mike Johnson. I know, I get it. He is a swamp monster for sure. Anyone remember Swamp Thing from the 90s? That's basically, we're living through that right now. Steven, thank you for the $5.99 super chat. Says he posits Christ is a liberal and he should be reclaimed by Christians from MAGA. This will be a powerful tool to fight back. Seems strange to me. I don't know if that's the right way to go because Christian nationalists are not interested in reason. They're certainly not interested in reading the book. The book is not something they care about unless they can use it to weaponize their doctrines.
I don't know why so many people think Jesus was a nice guy. Like, I'm sure if he was around today preaching what he actually believed, we would just think he's just as terrible, if not worse.
Right. John, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Says, Justin, you missed me the other night about the Einstein caller. Einstein totally said that, and it was clear as day in Back to the Future. I forgot about that. Yes, in Back to the Future, he must have said the thing. That wasn't Doc Brown. Tim, thank you for the super chat. Says just watching 10/18/24 and the naming of Doug. Yes, that is the stream where you find out where Doug was born. It's a glorious one. And Christian in name only, thank you for the super chat. It says two frogs doing 69. One stands up and says, it's true. We do taste like chicken. That is wild. That is a wild joke.
Doug is turning a year old in like 2 weeks.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Are you going to hold a birthday stream?
Yeah, I'm setting up a shrine for him right now, actually.
Beautiful.
Behind me. Yeah, it's going to be a good time. Jake, thank you so much for the $9.99 super chat. It says the Trinity gets pulled over for using the carpool lane. Cop, where are your passengers? Trinity, they're in me. Cop, step out of the vehicle. That is fantastic, Jake. And it's good to see you. Friends, Jake also runs a podcast, The Exodus Brothers. If you haven't seen it yet, I implore you, check out The Exodus Brothers. Make it so. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Big W says, hey, Justin, I'm a big fan. I'm a deconstructed Catholic and an atheist of 20 years now. I'm curious if you ever listened to Ricky Gervais talk about his views on atheism and God. I found it very insightful. I love Ricky Gervais's comments on atheism. And I also love a lot of other comedians that talk about it. Lately, I've been loving Louis C.K. talk about leaving his religion. It's been a good one. I wasn't sure he's going to because he's like from Boston. And so I figured he's going to be a Catholic for life. But no, he left that thing.
Gretchen, yeah, I was literally listening. I literally listened to Ricky Gervais's comedy bit over Noah's Ark, reading from the kids' book. So good. Yeah. Just last night.
It's really good. Gretchen, thank you for the 311. Says, hey, what's up, Blitz? Oh yeah, hi Justin. Am I chopped liver up here? Blitz gets on stage and you forget I exist, Gretchen. This is hurtful. Eris, thank you for the $20 super chat, my friend. Big W says you talked about doing a series of videos of former believers leaving smaller religions like cults. Would love you to interview Hemet Mehta, I know him, the friendly atheist, over him leaving Jainism and all his work in the atheist community. I would love to do that. I've got a bunch of other frying pans in the fire, but trust me, Eris, I would love to sit down with him if I get the opportunity to. He's amazing. And last one for now from our friend VLK. Thank you for the 100 MX friend. He says, it's crazy Christians will call abortion evil while they defend a book that endorses rape, mass genocide, abuse, etc., essentially for bad things that lead to situations where abortion becomes a necessity. Indeed. The hypocrisy is wild, actually, with Christians. I'll never understand why Christians will get up here and they'll say, it's never okay to do X, Y, and Z. Then you read the Bible and you're like, well, fuck, it's okay if God does it. When God does it, then it's good. Like, okay, so you just don't believe in objective morals. Sorry, last one from our friend John. John, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. That's a big W. Friend says, watched End Time stream today. They literally said they need billions in donations and theorized getting private helicopters. They aren't even bashful, secretive about it now. I was waiting for put your hands in the screen. Oh my gosh. You know it now. if the rapture doesn't come, you know what they're going to do, right? They're going to be like, well, we didn't get enough donations. God couldn't do the thing.
It's okay. It'll be in a couple more months. Another opportunity.
All right, we're going to get Asmodin into the chat. You're right. In a couple months, there'll be a new prediction. At least in September of next year, we'll have another one. Asmodin, how you doing? Assman, you there? Hello? Anything? Bueller? Oh, he's gone. Weird. Okay, we'll get Jerry next, it sounds like. Jerry, we're going to bring you in. I hope you got your microphone ready. How you doing, Jerry?
I'm doing pretty good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Nice.
Jerry, are you
All right.
at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes, and I think so.
Okay, you think so? Okay. Well, we'll start out easy. What God do you think you believe in?
Jesus Christ, Christianity.
Okay. And so you think you still believe in Jesus. I'm going to ask you.
Yeah, I can
I'm
kind
gonna.
of. Do you want me to give you a little bit of a background? I was raised Christian and just always was skeptical and really just stopped believing it. But I can't seem to shake it. I still have that kind of belief that it's hard to kind of justify completely, but it's hard to shake.
Okay.
So maybe
So
I'm asking you to talk me out of it, talk me out of going back to it, you know?
we can definitely fix that for you. Okay. So let's look at. We're not going to worry about God in general right now. Let's just talk about Christianity. So Christianity is, to me, the dumbest cult ever invented. It's basically a Jewish cult, which is wild because Judaism's not even true. But it's a Jewish cult that doesn't know how to read its own book. For example, we have this idea that Jesus needed to die for your sins because nobody is capable of getting forgiveness for their sins otherwise, right?
Yeah.
But in the Hebrew Bible, there's like a dozen different ways that people get forgiveness. So, for example, in Isaiah 27, in fact, give me 1 second. I'll put them on the screen so you can see them as well. You should be able to see. I'm going to put a Bible verse up. You should be able to see the broadcast, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Just making sure I had that feature turned on. Last time I was streaming, I
Yeah.
forgot to turn it on and the guest couldn't see. Okay, so I've got Isaiah
No, I can
27.
see you well. It's a good time. Everything's good.
So this is what God said to the Israelites with the Assyrian captivity. He says, "By expulsion and exile, you struggled against them. With his fierce blast, he removed them in the day of his east wind. Therefore, by this, the guilt of Jacob," that's Israel, "the guilt of Jacob will be expiated." So at least one method that God can use to expiate your sins is just to give you a punishment. It happens all the time. God punishes somebody and then you're expiated. Another method that God uses in the Hebrew Bible to forgive people's sins is simply through asking. So, for example, we've got a situation. Give me 1 second to grab it. This is a prayer of David. So David, like the New Testament would have you believe that God couldn't forgive you unless you killed some animal. Hebrews 9:22 says that. It says, "Without the shedding of blood, there's no forgiveness of sins," and it's just not true. For example, here's one of the prayers of King David. It says, "Let my prayer be counted as incense before you, and the lifting up of my hands as an evening sacrifice." King David, who famously in Psalm number 2 was the begotten Son of God, understands that his worship of the God is all God really desires. He's totally willing to accept your worship as a form of sacrifice. And in fact, he says later on in was it in Malachi? He says, "I would prefer obedience over sacrifice." So the sacrifice was one way that God could do something, that God could understand that you were asking for forgiveness. But it certainly wasn't the only way. In fact, give me 1 second. In Second Chronicles, it shows up in the Book of Kings as well. there's a prayer of Solomon when Solomon dedicates the temple. It says, for there were many in assembly who had not sanctified themselves. Therefore, the Levites had to slaughter the Passover lamb for everyone who was not clean. Oh, this is another example, but this is not the one I was thinking of. Blah, 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 blah. May the Lord. There we go. Okay, so this is a prayer of Hezekiah. So, right? So Hezekiah, these men go into war. They're supposed to be clean when they go into war. They can't go into war unclean. They did anyways. Hezekiah prays and says, may the Lord God pardon all who set their hearts to seek God, the Lord, the God of their ancestors, even though not in accordance with the sanctuary's rules of cleanliness. The Lord heard Hezekiah and healed the people. So Hezekiah, they violated the Lord's commands when they go out to war. And Hezekiah is like, sorry, they're repentant, and God's like, okay, I'll forgive you. So like there are so many dozens and dozens of examples of God just forgiving people in the Old Testament because they asked for it. There's this nonsensical idea that God just has to send you to hell for eternity without killing his son is asinine.
Most famously, I think everyone knows the story of David and Bathsheba. Literally, as soon as David repents of his sin before Nathan, without having ever offered a sacrifice, God forgives him, which is why he writes Psalm 52. If you had desired sacrifice, I would have given it. But true sacrifice before God is a contrite heart.
Okay.
So like that doesn't get you to atheism, but it should at least get you over the hump of like Christianity doesn't really make any sense. It's making claims about the
I never really
Mhm.
saw the forgiveness that way though, because it seems like in the Old Testament, it seems like just today we have several different types of forgiveness, or several different, not just types, but levels of forgiveness, right? And it seems like in the Old Testament, there were all these different things that they did for different types of offenses. Like and I don't know all of them offhand, but it's, there are different ones where possibly one is for a lesser offense, one's for a greater offense. And then there's a punishment for breaking the covenant with God altogether. Like if you completely break the covenant, then you're like cast out from the people, it's like, and there's like no forgiveness or something. I don't know. There's different levels for different levels of offenses, which is what you'd expect and how we do our kind of forgiveness in our own lives too, right? Like it's one thing if your child does something to you that he needs to get forgiveness for, where it's like a conversation, and it's another thing where like he goes to the courthouse and has a official divorce from your family, from being your child, and then has to get forgiveness from that. And you have to actually go back to the courthouse, and like there's like legal procedures. It's different from a conversation. And that's how I've always seen that kind of different for like when I ask God to forgive me of my sins now, there's no like sacrifice that I'm going to. It's just
but
more of a fellowship forgiveness kind of a
but
thing.
but you never needed a sacrifice.
Well, yeah, they did in the Old Testament. They had sacrifices for the covenant itself, right? To enter into the covenant in the first place, Abraham walked through the sacrifice, the pieces. So that it's a
But
covenantal agreement that you
that
get into with Jesus Christ, that
but Jerry,
he is
that
the
covenant had nothing to
covenant
do with
lamb.
forgiveness.
Right, right.
The Ninevites weren't in covenant with God. God forgave them. He sent Jonah over there, and they repented. They threw sackcloth and ashes even on their cattle, and they repented, and God forgave them.
Yeah, but he gave the Gentiles a different program than he did the Jews. The Jews were in some type of special covenant
Or
with God, and the
Gentiles.
Gentiles were,
But
yeah, yeah,
Jerry, you're a Gentile, and the other thing is the
yeah.
Jews got forgiveness with or without a sacrifice as well. In fact, in
Not
Leviticus
not all the
5,
time. No,
yeah, they
they didn't
did.
even get into covenant with God without the
Well,
sacrifices.
well, the covenant's not necessary for forgiveness.
It's never. Yes, it is absolutely necessary
It's not.
um for the Jewish people for forgiveness. It is.
It's not.
That
Well, if
wasn't
they
the
exit
purpose
the
of
covenant, there's no
covenants.
forgiveness.
The covenant is a behavior treaty.
Okay. All right.
Like God, if you sin against the God, no matter if you're part of the Hebrew people or not, He will forgive you, and He does it 20 or 30 times explicitly in the Old Testament. People
Well, what is the
constantly.
covenant for? And like people who are in Israel and exiled from the people and cast out from among your people and that kind of stuff.
Well,
From what I always
the
understood,
covenant is for
they
God.
they
It's a
they lost.
suzerain vassal treaty. Do you know what a suzerain vassal treaty is?
No,
Okay, so a
I'm
suzerain
I'm a
vassal
little bit of
treaty.
a I'm a little bit of a moron. So I
No,
really,
you're not a
I
moron.
mean,
So a
it's like
suzerain vassal
so,
treaty is a treaty between a higher level kingdom and a lower level kingdom. It's kind of like how a mob boss would go in to like a local shop owner and shake them up and be like, "Hey, you got a nice shop here. It'd be a shame if something happened to it, but for the right price, I'll protect you." That's a suzerain vassal treaty where a larger overlord is granting you protection, but also they need some stuff from you. Like when they go to war,
yeah,
you have to give them some of your men to go to war. The Deuteronomic code reads identical to all of the classic ancient Near Eastern suzerain vassal treaties, including the blessings and cursings at the end of the treaty. And so what you have between Israel and their God is just a treaty of here are my demands. For me to be your God and for you to be my people, these are the demands I want you to meet. Now, there's nothing to do
yeah,
with whether or not they're going to go to heaven. And to be sure, there is no real heaven. Heaven is just being resurrected. You get resurrected on the last day and you get to live on
yeah,
the earth
yeah,
forever. So the reality is there were lots of people not in Israel, and you're not an Israelite, that were like God would have granted you eternal life just like the Israelites as long as you lived a decent life. That's why Jewish people don't worry about me. They don't worry about atheists because they don't think I'm going to hell.
okay,
So for example, I did a video with my
yeah.
one of my rabbi friends not that long ago, and you would think that he's an Orthodox Jew, he'd be trying to convert me, since we're friends. He doesn't care. It's not his job to. They don't care to convert me. To them, the resurrection of the righteous is not about whether or not you believe the right thing. It's about whether or not you lived the right life.
Yeah,
So this
yeah.
idea
I
that
could see that.
that
I
God's
could
going
see
to
that.
send you to eternal fire because you've committed one sin, and because you've committed one sin, you're imperfect. Now He just has to burn you in fire forever. None of that's in the Hebrew Bible. That's all manufactured to make sense of the New Testament.
Yeah, that does not make sense. I mean,
Like
it doesn't work at all.
why would a loving father send any of his children to eternal fire?
Yeah, I mean, even if I was to go back to Christianity, I could not go back to eternal conscious torment or whatever they call
Right.
it. That's that's insane to me.
Well,
But
let's
you know,
let's take another kick at one of the legs of the stool. So we talked about the nonsensical nature of the blood sacrifice. The other problem is that Jesus is purportedly the Messiah. The reality is he didn't fulfill a single messianic prophecy. Dalton, you knew I was going to do this. So, in order for Jesus to be the Messiah, one, he had to at least be a king. Number two, he had to bring his people back to Israel. Number three, he had to reinstitute the Mosaic law. And number four, he had to defeat all of Israel's enemies so that they actually had peace. The reality is, Jesus didn't do not even one of those things.
yeah, yep. All the things they point to with prophecy are very they're kind of
Yeah.
they're it's rough. It's a rough situation.
The prophecies
Yeah.
are quite spurious. Some of them don't even exist. So in Matthew 27, Matthew quotes a passage mistakenly from Zechariah 11 and attributes it as a prophecy about Jesus in Jeremiah. So not only did he get the wrong prophet, but if you actually read the prophecy in in Zechariah 11, it has nothing to do with the Messiah being betrayed whatsoever. No one gets betrayed in that prophecy. It has nothing to do with Jesus. He just remembered the word 30 pieces of silver and was like, "Oh,
I don't
this guy
I don't
over here."
I know what you're talking about. I don't think that's a good example though, because that, I mean, if I remember correctly, he doesn't say this is what Jeremiah wrote. It says this is what Jeremiah spoke. And there are all kinds of other things. So I don't think that's a really good one to nail it down on. Like there are all kinds of other spoken oral traditions of the
Well,
prophets, like the one you get in Jude of the book of Enoch, and those kind of things.
That's
There's all
that's
kinds of
that's
like,
that's written down too. First Enoch chapter 1 verse 9.
yeah.
right, right.
So
The one in Matthew, I
to
think it says
to
thus
be sure,
spoke.
we have no record of what Jeremiah spoke other than his writings. That's it.
Right, but
Have access to Jesus
there
didn't
are all
have
kinds of
access to
quotes of
any
Old
extra biblical
Testament
tradition.
stuff. Well, there are all kinds of quotes of oral tradition and all kinds of things. I mean that
I've never heard
that's
of
not.
one. The reality is
What
that
about the
quotation
one
is
where
directly
Paul quotes the
taken.
Lord?
That is
Remember Paul
taken
quotes. I guess
directly
that's a
from Zechariah chapter 11 in the Greek Septuagint. We know it's not from Jeremiah.
right.
And
I don't
Zechariah
think
wrote
I see
two to
exactly
three
what you're
hundred
talking
years
about.
after
It's
Jeremiah. So Zechariah
yeah,
wrote way after Jeremiah was already dead. So Jeremiah is not out here quoting Zechariah.
yeah, yeah. It didn't work.
I
That
mean,
doesn't
I think
mean
this is
like
why
so.
I think this is why other gospel authors attempt to omit the name Jeremiah in their rendition of the gospel because they're trying to make up for Matthew's mistake.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
So I mean, the reality
Yeah,
is, if God doesn't have to murder his son to forgive you, and Jesus didn't fulfill a single messianic prophecy, then Christianity's dead in the water. It's useless. It doesn't do anything for anyone.
yeah, yeah. There's I have some kind of just hold on me that is almost like a there's something out there, and like there is some type of spiritual realm. There's something beyond the physical. There, I mean, it just seems like you can't shake this sense that there's something beyond it, and just everybody, like universally, 97% of people feel that way, and it's a
I
really
shook it.
strange thing to try to. Yeah, and I have as well. I mean, it's like I see that I kind of am of two minds of it. It's like I go back and forth between this is a very natural world, and I hear Christians talking about praying for stuff, and I'm like, it sounds ridiculous. And then at the
Yeah.
same
But
time, I still
we have
sense
an
it
at
myself, though.
yeah, it's called hyperagency detection. We have a naturalistic explanation for the phenomenon that you're experiencing.
Yeah. What can
Yeah.
you explain that? Yeah. What does that mean?
Basically, imagine you're a deer imagine you have a deer that's eating from the grass of the forest, and it hears a rustling in the bushes. The safe thing to do would be to assume it's a predator, that there's an agent involved with the sound. It could be the wind, but it's safer to assume it's a predator, an agent. Over millions of years of evolution, many mammals have developed hyper agency detection awareness, including apes. We have this within us. So it's like you hear like a rustling in the wind or down an alley. Your first thought is that it's someone, not something. And that same underlying mechanism in your brain is going to be responsible for you attributing agents that you cannot see to things.
Hmm. Yeah, it makes sense. Makes
Yeah.
sense.
There's also another really interesting, like evolutionary, we're going to call it a gift that we have as human beings, where we have an innate desire for parentage as human beings.
Hmm.
And that doesn't go away as we age. Like we age, our parents pass on, but that idea that there is a parent watching over you never goes away, right? So if you had parents or you wanted parents, the likely scenario is that at some point in time you started to shift that parentage from your actual birth parents to the God at some point. Not everyone has it, but it's common enough in the world that it really does explain why so many people have like this inner desire to be parented, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, it makes sense. I appreciate it. It's the the pieces about the Bible. I get it. It's very much like um, I've really cast off kind of an errancy from a long time ago. So it doesn't, those kind of things don't necessarily bother me.
Right.
I've kind of gone back and forth between like possibly something deist or something, some type of something out there that's not obviously not interacting in the world. Um,
Yep.
but I don't know. It's
It,
just tough to shake. But there's definitely, I mean, there's definitely good explanations for why it's tough to shake, I guess.
I get it, yeah. And deism makes way more sense than Christianity. Like if you said, I can't believe Christianity anymore, but I'm going to move to deism. I mean, that's a huge leap. With you being like honest with the evidence, you know.
Yeah, yeah, that makes sense.
So,
All right. Thanks very
well,
much. Thanks for the time.
Jerry, it was good to talk to you, friend. Best of luck on your journey. Okay.
You too. Thanks. Bye bye.
Cheers. Man, he's in it. He's in the middle of it. So best of luck to him. I see King Rat is and Siege Slapper's back. We'll grab the next guest here in a minute. I've got a couple of super chats to read out. Midlife Crisis, great to see you tonight. Midlife says Jeremiah 7:22. It says, "In the day God took the Israelites out of Egypt, He didn't command burnt offerings." Apologists claim that the day is key because there were no burnt offerings in the wilderness. Thoughts? Okay, so what? I know this apologetic, and even the apologetic fails. First of all, it's probably clear. I can go through all of Jeremiah and see how Jeremiah uses this phrase, but I know for sure in Jeremiah 33 and others, he uses the day to refer to an era, a time period, like a window of time, not a specific day. That being said, we can be hyper literal with it. We can say, listen, Jeremiah said the day, it must be the day. Well, he's still fucking wrong because literally less than 24 hours before they left, they were given sacrifice offerings for the Passover lamb. It literally hours before they left, they were given this instruction. And then they did it, and then they fucked off 30 seconds after they ate the lamb. Like it was the same day.
It's probably the most famous aspect of the Exodus story.
It's like the one thing you learn from Exodus is like the night they left, they had to kill this animal, sacrifice it, eat it, no, don't leave anything remaining, paint their doorpost, and then do this festival for the rest of time. It's crazy that someone thought of that apologetic. You could tell whoever thought of it just never read the book, and we're used to that. Derek, thank you so much for gifting out 50 Deconstruction Zone debates, DZ debate memberships. I super appreciate that. That is huge, Derek. That is a humongous win. Thank you so much. And there's 50 more people now that got access to the cheat sheet and the emojis now. So huge fucking W from Derek. Also, University of Science, welcome in. Thank you for the super chat. Says Justin, I DM'd you a link on Discord. Sorry about that. I'm a little backed up on messages, friend. Trust Me Bro. A Trust Me Bro t-shirt featuring everyone's favorite 80s alien Alf. There's an Alf Trust Me Bro t-shirt. I'm printing the shirts next week. If you want one, let me know. 1,000,000% University. There's nothing I would love more than an Alf t-shirt that says Trust Me Bro. I'm 100% on board. I'll find your DM. We'll work it out. I send you the money. We're going to make it happen. This is great.
Are you a big Alf fan?
Yeah.
I was terrified of Alf as a kid. Nightmare fuel for me.
He eats cats.
I know. I had the doll growing up. I had the Alf doll, pillowcases there. The whole thing. Simon, thank you so much for the $20 Canadian chat. Says, still believe, that's actually real money, unlike ours. Still believe that the rapture didn't take place because Jesus got abducted by the Anunnakis on his way to Earth. I think Caucasian space Jesus got lost in outer space somewhere. He didn't know how to turn the rocket boosters off when he got out of like the stratosphere and just kept going for oblivion, and he can't find his way back. It seems to make sense.
I mean,
Larry,
the way I see it, Caucasian space Jesus got beat up by ripped Korean Jesus, and ripped Korean Jesus just wasn't interested in coming back because the only people who wanted the rapture were white people in the U.S. anyway.
1,000,000%. And thank you so much, Larry Beck, for the $10 super thanks. I super appreciate that, friend. And SLJ, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, the moment someone asserts a God exists, they're likely to embrace anti-vaccine, flat earth, anti-intellectual ideas, unsubstantiated beliefs, breed further unfounded claims. And this is not just true by your observation. We have done psychological studies on people, and we know that people that are raised in a religion and believe in that religion are way more likely to believe in conspiracy theories. They're way more likely. So it's...
I mean, evangelical Christianity kind of prompts you for it. Once you start believing that there is an evil, invisible force behind all governmental powers ruling, it doesn't take long for you to get to evil cabal.
Indeed. And I am the big cheese. Thank you for the $10 super chat. So do you think Paul and Peter knew the empty tomb story as described in the Synoptic Gospels? Letter never mentioned. Where would you find the earliest extra biblical reference to Mary's and to Mary's or to Mary's account and the empty tomb? So the earliest account of Mary's situation is I don't know. I guess I never looked for one. The earliest real mention for her. Well, so here's my opinion on the late addition to Mark. I think the late addition to Mark was added after John already came out. John came out and had Mary going to the tomb alone, and people were like, "Oh fuck, that's not what ours said." And so they added another ending, like just a note at the end of Mark, at the end of the long ending, saying, "Oh yeah, he appeared to Mary Magdalene first." Just trying to we gotta fix this problem, right? So I think the late ending of Mark actually came out at the earliest, maybe 90 to 100, after John was probably already out.
Certainly when we read Paul's letters, which is our earliest source on the resurrection, there is no mention of Mary Magdalene, and he specifically says that Jesus first appeared to Cephas, to Peter. So, and as far as Paul knew, Peter was the first person to have the revelation.
Yeah, and keep in mind too, Paul was pretty much, if you read his authentic letters, minus the one part in Corinthians 14, he was pretty egalitarian. If he knew that the women had been shown the resurrected Jesus, he would have just said it. He had no problems. This Paul that hates women is a Paul of the non-Pauline corpus. These are people later writing in Paul's name that need to smack women down. They need to lower their position within the churches. Ray, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says Doug loves when you take him for granted. He does not. He'll still forgive you if you take him for granted, but he doesn't love it. He doesn't. That's blasphemy. That is blasphemy. True, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says, I want to thank you for dedicating your time to help some of us to understand the book the Christians can't even explain. I need a t-shirt with the Jesus is not coming back image is dope. I could probably make that happen, actually. I could make that a reality. All right, I'm going to get one more super chat, then we're going to get in King Rat. Best in show, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says, didn't Yahweh free Israelites from slavery in Egypt, but then Yahweh wrote new slavery laws for Moses for slavery of non-Israelites? Why do we celebrate the Passover? Yes, that's exactly what he did. He said, I freed you from slavery. You are not to be sold as slaves because you are my slaves. That's Leviticus 25, 39 through 43. He says, you are my slaves. So this is a property crime. That's why he doesn't want his people being slaves. And even at the beginning of the book, Adam was made, placed in the garden to slave in the garden. It usually translates to work or to tend the garden, but it's the same Hebrew root. Eved is the same word you find in Genesis as you'll find later in Leviticus for slavery. God wanted the Israelites to be his slaves, not somebody else's slaves. He wasn't that nice.
Another t-shirt idea. Jesus is returning for the rapture, but he gets stopped by ICE agents, and that's why he never makes it.
Yes. I need
ethnically accurate Jesus.
I mean, his name is Jesus. Like, what do you expect?
And you know he don't have any papers. He can't even write. What's he gonna do? Read them? All right. King Rat is still loading. We'll give him a second to catch up. Might have a bad connection. King, are you coming? Well, while he's loading, if you're watching on YouTube, you can join using the link in the description or the link on the screen. You can join the conversation, just like if you were on TikTok. You'll get a preview of the screen. You can see everything that's going on, but you don't have to sign up for anything. You don't have to get an account. You don't have to give us your email. It just puts you into a queue. If you're watching on TikTok, you know how to join. Hit that guest request button at the bottom of the screen and you get into the conversation. And I don't think King Rat's coming. Nope, and they dropped. Okay, King Rat's not going to make it in. So we'll put an X on King Rat and move on to the next one. Looks like Patrick was next in line. We're going to get Patrick from our YouTube queue. And there we go. Welcome in, Patrick.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Patrick, are you at least
what do you
18?
mean?
And do you believe in God?
Yeah.
Okay. And which God?
I'm basically a deist.
You're a deist? So you don't believe in Christianity or Islam or Judaism or none of that stuff?
No.
Yeah. Would you swear by the name of Jesus that you don't believe in Jesus?
I mean, I believe he was a real person, but
No. Swear by the name of Jesus that you don't think he's God or that the Bible is true.
yeah.
No, say it.
Oh, I swear. Well, I don't want to throw some bad juju in the air.
Oh,
but
it sounds like you actually are. Yeah. Every deist I've ever had come up here is lying to me about their religion because they don't want to get cooked on it. It sounds like you're just one of the many.
Okay. What do you mean by imaginary, though? I think that's the most important part.
So you're going to need to be honest before you can move forward. Which God do you believe in? Just be honest about it.
I'm basically a deist.
Basically, what's the exception?
I'm open to new things. Like I have an open mind if I see new evidence.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then we'll just need you to then swear by the name of Jesus that you don't think he's God.
Well, I don't understand what that has to do with the
It's weird that you can't
your
do
God
it.
is imaginary, prove me wrong.
It's weird that you can't do it.
Okay, I
Why are you
swear
so
by the
scared?
name of Jesus. No, okay, fine. I swear by the name of Jesus that he wasn't God.
Okay, cool. Now tell me about your deistic God. What's the argument or the evidence that would lead one to believe in some sort of deistic concept?
Okay, but first I want to understand what you mean by imaginary.
It means you can imagine it in your head, but you can never demonstrate it to be true in real life. So I'm willing to bet that it's going to hold true because you don't want to actually give me the evidence for your God. You want to complain about my prompt?
No, well, I'm not trying to complain. I'm trying to hold you to a strict definition so you don't retreat.
Sounds like crying, what it sounds like to me. So to be sure, you
well,
do or you don't have an argument for your God being real?
Oh, I do. Okay, but
so
is pi?
That's the starting
My God
point.
is the same amount of real as something like a circle or like pi. You know, are those imaginary?
Depends. Like if I write it down?
I mean, like arguably they are, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't believe that numbers are real, to be sure. I think they're abstract concepts. So if you think God is an abstract concept, then you don't believe in God. You're an atheist, buddy.
Well, I believe God is as real as numbers or it's real like that in that sense.
Well, welcome to atheism, bud.
Do you think that numbers exist, or do you think that numbers are human inventions?
I think something can exist and to be a human invention.
Well, I mean,
so we invented God.
Like a conceptual.
Well, like
invention.
Is justice real? Is love real? Is logic real? All of that, according to you, is imaginary. It's not real.
Here is Voldemort real?
Is Voldemort is real within the context of a Harry Potter book? He's not a real human being in real life.
Is the God that you believe in real like Voldemort is real, or is it real like Justin is real.
It's real, like the concept of justice or
Okay, so
race
it's not.
or
It's imaginary. Thanks. You agree with me that your God is imaginary, something you made up in your head. Cool.
well, well, okay, it's real. But then your position is that
Get out of here. You don't believe in God.
What
Grow a set
was
of
that?
balls and just admit you're an atheist. No one gives a shit if you're in the atheist closet. Just come out.
Justin, be
All right.
nice. Sometimes people are. Look, okay, actually, you know what? I just applied to work at Baylor, and I'm like, look, I'm Jewish. It counts. Like, I have to pretend, right? And by the way, don't send this to Baylor because then they won't hire me.
Whatever you do, don't do that. Fair.
But like, I can get why people are like afraid or like reticent to like admit that they're an atheist because there's stigma there.
I guess. Maybe. You might be right. I'll pray on it later. True. Thank you for sending out 5 DZ Debate memberships. I super appreciate that. And so do the 5 people who received them. And Zen is with us tonight. Big W. Let's see some W's for Zen. Thank you for the $50 super chat, my friend. Says, hi, Justin. Still trying to follow you from stream to stream. Here's a donation to an Oktoberfest beer in case you want a change from the Kraken. And I got to be honest, I love Oktoberfest. It's the one holiday dedicated to getting light beers off the menu, and I am all for it. Light beers are, if Satan existed, he's the reason why light beers were invented. So big W, Zen. We will be celebrating Oktoberfest, and I appreciate that. Jarek, my friend, good to see you tonight. It says, here's some money just for the cat's treats. If I don't hear from your cat that he got it, I'm never donating again. Simply went for Sharon and Rock Over. Pi will let you know. I promise. I'll make a video just for you, Jarek, of Pi eating his treats. He's currently not even eating his normal food right now because he's only nibbling. But in another week or two, when he's fully recovered, I think he'll be okay. And Big Cheese, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Says people have lucky underwear and ritual customs for their favorite sports team. Same human behavior behind all magic, sacrifice, and prayers. I almost agree with you, Cheese. Here's where I'll deviate, because like I played football and wrestling and all this stuff, and I had like the lucky shirt that I wore all 4 years of high school for every football game. But for a lot of us, it wasn't a spiritual thing. It was a ritual thing. Like this is how I feel comfortable, not because I think this thing aids me, but more or less like it worked then. Like I wore it and we won. Why change? I'm just going to, it's just a mental thing. It's a placebo thing for most of us. And Lord says, take my monetary sacrifice to Doug. Keep me and mine hard, Sharon wet. Absolutely, Lord Illuminous Pooh. Good to see you tonight. And Doug certainly appreciates it. I'm actually using Super Chat money to set up a shrine for Doug for libations and incense sacrifices. So I've got to 3D print the altar still yet, but I'm 3D printing a legitimate ancient Near. It's going to be really good. Jennifer, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, Aztecs sacrifice prisoners to the sun. There is a sun still. Sacrifices work. Shit. Premise number one. I guess I believe in whatever the Aztecs believe now. Cooked. All right, last one for now from our friend Dr. Joe. Good to see you, Dr. Joe. Dr. Joe says, Dr. Blitz, I'd love to have you in Texas, but don't do it. Texas colleges are cultish, conservative, grapey, and gross. That's most likely true.
I mean, yeah, but you take the job where you can get one, right?
Blitz, you're coming to Texas?
I'm actually applying to several universities in Texas. Because, funnily enough, it turns out when you are, draconian and authoritarian like Texas is, people don't want to go there.
Yeah, well, if you end up near Northeast Texas, you'll get a hookup.
I'll keep it in mind.
We got Raquel coming in next. Did I say your name right or did I screw it up?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, it's Raquel. It's a Hebrew word, or 3 words combined, technically.
Cool. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
30, yes. 1995.
Cool. And which God do you believe in?
Probably a combination of a lot of factors, but the Abrahamic one somewhat follows what I believe.
Okay. Does your God have properties? Like, is he all knowing and all good and all that stuff?
I think that God's capable of changing his mind, which means omniscience is a paradox. But other than that, I mean, yeah, he has like very powerful qualities. He's just not perfect.
Yeah, but does he know all things?
It's hard to say. I don't think anybody really knows that.
Well, I mean, what's your opinion though?
I don't think he knows everything, or else it wouldn't make sense for him to test somebody. So he clearly can change his mind, or he clearly doesn't know every single thing that's going to happen.
Okay, so you think that the God does test people?
Yeah, I think so. I think God tests us every day, honestly.
Well, he's more biblically accurate, at least than most Christians.
True.
Well, I'm
Well,
Jewish, actually, so.
So yeah, we assumed you weren't Christian. Yeah, a Christian would never.
I
say
mean,
that.
I'm not I work with Christian ministries as like homeless outreach because in Seattle there's just a lot of issues. But I mean, I'm something. You know, I'm definitely something. Can I ask you a line of questioning?
Well, we're gonna talk about your God first, then you can ask me whatever questions you want. So
Sure, totally. Yeah.
what would be like a good piece of evidence or a good argument for why the God you believe in exists?
I don't think there's any physical evidence of God.
It doesn't have to be physical.
I would say testimony, and which is admissible in court, so that's evidence at least in a court related matter. Obviously testimony doesn't work in like scientific based relationships or relations, but I don't think there's such thing as physical evidence, because my God would exist in a place that he both permeates but also exists outside of our universe. So you know, if I created a video game and then I told somebody, all right, using only the properties of that game prove that I exist, no one would be able to do it. There's no proof of that because I live in a different plane of reality than that video game.
Okay, so just be sure there's no good argument for your God existing then?
No, I never said that. I wanted to ask you a line of questions. You just didn't want me to ask you.
Well, we're already in a line of questioning, so it sounds like
yeah, but you're the
only
one
thing
questioning me.
so far. It sounds like the
Here,
only
let me ask you
thing-
something. Do you believe
well,
in logic
you're not-
as like
you're not done yet.
you're not gonna let me talk?
I'm gonna let you talk, but I already know where you're going, and it's not gonna go anywhere. You're gonna waste
No,
your
you
time
do
running.
not. No, you don't. You
You're gonna
really
waste
don't.
your,
Trust me,
you're
bro.
gonna waste your time running tag
Okay,
here.
go ahead.
I do this for a living.
ahead.
You're not gonna bring anything
Go ahead.
new.
Okay, go ahead.
So to be sure, the only argument you have for your God existing is going to be personal experience.
No.
Okay, then what's the other evidence?
I think it's more of a thought experiment that's worth thinking about. It's not something that will prove that God is real. But I will say this: if you believe that the singularity contained all things, then you have to consider the.
I don't believe
You
in
don't believe
singularity.
you don't believe in the singularity. What do you believe the universe came from?
There's no. It didn't come from any words. Eternal. That's my belief.
So it is infinitely regressive.
Yeah.
Do you believe that it's an emergent property of things not existing, therefore something exists?
No.
What do you believe it came from?
It didn't come from any words. Eternal. I just said that.
Okay, so
that's the second
so
time
then
now.
what causes the universe to collapse?
Gravity.
What causes dark energy and dark matter to fail?
It doesn't fail.
How do you know that? Why
We've
do
never-
stars and
we've
galaxies
never,
collapse?
We've never observed it failing.
Yes,
to
we
be
have.
sure,
We-
to be sure, dark energy is not even all that well known. And also, you've got, right underneath you is a PhD physicist that has something to say about this.
Yeah, I actually think Dr. Blitz is super fucking cool, dude. Dr. Blitz, I really appreciate what you've been doing. You guys really open up like a lot of like good, like, you know, debates. And so I've never been able to talk to you, Dr. Blitz. You're always the fucking most popular dude on TikTok sometimes, but not really, but you know what I mean. Can we talk about quantum physics? Because I believe that like entanglement is a big proof of at least something greater than physical property.
Look, this is Justin's live. It goes where Justin wants it to go.
Okay.
I mean, you're welcome to, but you're not going to like where it goes.
You would be very surprised.
This is going to end up with you saying quantum woo, nonsensical things that aren't supported by actual science, and then Dr. Blitz is going to have to educate you in front of 3,000 people.
You are making a lot of assumptions about things you don't know.
Well, go ahead and make your argument then.
Justin, do you have 2,500 viewers on YouTube right now?
Closer to 2,000.
We're on YouTube too. Fuck yeah, what's up, YouTube? Look, I don't want to be disrespectful to anybody here. I want to just have a nice conversation. Because we're allowed to have our beliefs, and I don't think there's anything wrong with being an atheist per se. It's like, I was an atheist for like a long, long time, and I changed my mind personally. I will say this: I think that quantum entanglement is a well-proven thing. It's not woo-woo, and if you can prove that two things can move separate from each other, but at the same time because of each other. One thing moves one way, the other one instantly moves the other way. Then that proves that space has less spatial relations than we thought, and that the universe might have been folded in on itself via either time dilation or via gravitational wells.
Yeah, what does any of that have to do with God? Sorry, go ahead, Blitz.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It wasn't on topic, so I can just cover my ears and pretend it didn't happen.
That sounds like something y'all would do, but yeah. Well, here's my point.
Can you tell us what that has to do with God?
It proves that there's something more than what science can prove right now, which means you guys have to admit that you don't know if God exists or not.
So God of the gaps.
Well, I mean, a God of yes, a God of the gaps, but not really. If you believe in the singularity, which clearly you don't, but a lot of scientists do, then you have to recognize. Well, a lot of scientists. In fact, most scientists.
Name a living scientist right now that believes there was a singularity. I swear to God, if he says Stephen Hawking's.
I bet you could probably. I'm actually trying to think of one.
I'm sure there is one or two. There's got to be some.
I mean,
my guess is that it's probably 60-40 or maybe 70-30.
Yeah, I'm sure there are some.
I mean, you asked me for a living scientist, so I would also be surprised if he said Stephen Hawking, Justin.
Well, yeah.
Things you can look up yourself, but you don't want to know the truth. So.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, okay. So why would I believe in a singularity? Do you even know what that means?
Yes, I do. Yeah, I actually defined it earlier, and you just disagreed with what I had to say.
You did not define it.
The singularity, as we know it, is an infinitesimal point where all of life in the universe was condensed in a really hot point, and then everything exploded during the Big Bang.
But you can have that, and that's not necessarily a singularity. What do you think singularity means?
It means something that is monatomic. Do you know what that means? Monatomic. It's reduced down to the singular smallest point it could possibly be.
That's not what monotonic means.
Well, yes.
This is gonna get monotonic bad for wannabe science guy.
So monotonic is an adjective used to describe functions, and what a monotonic function is that it's strictly increasing, strictly decrease. Well, I shouldn't say strictly. It's either staying the same or increasing, or staying the same and decreasing. Monotonic is not like something that's applied to physical systems. It's applied to mathematical objects.
He's Googling
and
now.
More so, actually.
Yeah, I mean, I already knew what it meant, but I'm gonna have to prove to you guys that I'm not stupid.
Well, it's too late for that.
Well, here's the thing, man. You didn't even know what monatomic meant. I knew that it was.
I didn't study science.
Okay, so what's monatomic gold? What is that?
Apparently, you don't know either, because Dr. Blitz had to correct
you. Yes, I do know what monatomic gold is. I actually really do.
Do you mean monoatomic?
He's looking it up. He's Googling it right now. You know, every time you swipe away, we can see you swipe away, right?
I was mispronouncing it. Let me.
Yeah, I know. We're watching you swipe away to the internet to look it up.
I know, dude. I'm literally looking things up to read definitions to you guys because you keep saying I'm wrong about shit that I'm right about.
So you don't know it then.
So I meant to say monatomic though. Monatomic. Yeah, I mean that's not how you pronounce it. It's monatomic. Like.
Wait. So is there an M there or an N?
Monoatom. I see. Monoatomic. Okay. One singular atom.
Monoatomic is a chemistry thing.
I know this, but chemistry has physical properties, does it not?
Yeah, but it doesn't have anything to do with the singularity.
Well, it could, though, because it's more of like a broad range of terms where it's like something is essentially as small as we can get it. Now, obviously, the atom is not the smallest thing we know of, but there could be something smaller and smaller than neutrons or whatever, like smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller than a proton, smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. And we don't know that yet. We haven't seen the full depth of how small everything is.
Why would we believe
the fourth dimension?
Why would we believe that everything in the universe at one point was monoatomic?
Well, I mean, like maybe that's not the exact perfect way to describe it. I would just say it's at an infinitesimal point. Like it's a
What does that
singularity.
even mean? What does infinitesimal mean in your jargon here? It doesn't do anything for you.
Really? Why
Like,
is
these
this
are
jargon?
buzzwords.
Because you don't know my vocabulary. That's not buzzwords. It's
No,
fucking something that's
I know
really
what the word
small.
infinitesimal. I can't even say. I know what it means. It doesn't
Yeah,
do
exactly.
anything for you.
Yeah, because it's
You're-
really small, and I'm sorry
you
that I'm
can't
hurting
have
your
something.
feelings 'cause I'm
You
using
can't have
big
something.
words, dude.
You know,
I'm
you can't
sorry
have
that I'm
something that's-
hurting your little buzz
You
cut
can't have
side
something
feelings
that's
because I'm using big words.
infinitely small.
Infinitesimal. I mean,
that's not an accurate
how do
description.
you know?
Of
So you
smallness.
don't believe in the fourth dimension then?
I mean, I think the fourth dimension means something than you think it does. What do you think it means?
It's essentially the dimension of things going inwards, or you believe it's time, but I don't believe it's time. I think it's things going inwards.
Dr.
It's
Blitz,
the
is the fourth dimension time?
Well,
I did not say time. I said it was the property of things going inwards on themselves. That's what I said. So don't
Properties
don't
aren't
put words in my mouth.
dimensions.
Okay, and so what if you can see around you and there's three
This guy's
dimensions in
crazy.
front of your eyes? Nah,
This is
bro,
why-
you just don't listen.
this is
You
why,
just don't listen. You really
like,
just don't listen.
Reading literacy actually matters. Like, learning buzzwords will never get you to an actual argument.
Buzzwords.
There's
What are you, fucking Woody? Are you fucking
repeating
Toy Story right now?
repeating
You watching
buzzword-
Toy Story?
I don't know what
Buzzwords.
buzzwords has
Because
to do with.
you're getting offended that I'm using words that you actually don't
Buddy,
understand.
you're the one.
You're getting
excited
offended. You're
right
offended.
now.
Your butt
You're up-
hurt. You're offended.
You're up
Your butt
here
hurt.
crying that you're using words out of
Oh,
context.
I'm
That you don't even
crying.
know what they mean.
I'm crying. No, dude. Why don't you
Crash out.
stay on point? Why do you
He's
think?
literally he's crashing right now. Like, he's on the edge. He's on the edge of crying right now.
Let me ask you a question.
Emotional damage.
I
So,
love that fucking
To
soundbite.
be clear, we've still never heard the argument on how any of this has to do with your God being real. Are you ever going to give me the argument on what your
Yes.
quantum woo has to do with
Are
God?
you gonna stop interrupting people and listen, or?
I didn't interrupt you. You just don't like
Okay,
my
then
question
listen.
because you're so like butthurt that your argument failed that you want to like reframe the argument rather than me getting it back on
finished my
track.
argument yet. I haven't finished it.
So you can start with what this has to do with your God being real.
Do you believe that consciousness is an emergent property, or do you believe?
Crazy fucking pivot consciousness.
Well, because what if the singularity
joke.
contained? What if the singularity contained consciousness?
Yeah, and what if green smelled like April? What a dumb question. We're talking
I
about your
think
God right now.
You are genuinely not as smart as you think you are. You just smile and try to make fun of people. Like I can see it in your eyes.
No,
you got
I'm
hater.
making fun of
you got
you.
hating. You got
making fun
haterade
of
in
you.
your eyes. I can see you drinking it like you're in a Gatorade commercial right now.
Are you done with the
Haterade.
meta, or do you want to get the
Hater.
argument?
Well, like I'm
This
just
guy's
sorry
got
that I'm
nothing
talking
but
circles
meta.
around you.
He's got no actual argument. He doesn't know what his own words mean, and then he
Yes,
pivots
I
to
do.
meta and new arguments.
You are fucking ridiculously dumb.
I'm
yeah,
getting
the-
Why don't you
secondhand
listen to what I'm saying
embarrassment
and not
from
what I'm not
this.
saying?
Yeah, the
I
embarrassed
said-
laugh doesn't make it worse.
Why don't you listen for longer than a second? You
Why
are
don't
like.
stop. Why don't you just stop talking meta?
Why don't you stop trying to
Dude.
steamroll conversations and have a real one?
I am
do that
having
with
a
your
real
fucking
conversation
girlfriend
with an infant.
You
right
do that with
now.
your girlfriend too? You
Of
try to
course
steamroll
not.
conversations
No,
with your girlfriend too?
no,
Is she stupid too?
not as dumb as you because I don't have a girlfriend. Your intelligence is non-existent like my girlfriend, and
Oh,
she's
I'm
still
sorry.
not as
Is
dumb
that
as
why
you.
is that why you're so angry right now? Because you don't have
I'm
a
not
girl to suck
angry.
your fucking dick when you need
this,
it?
this guy crying so hard.
I'm laughing
So hard.
actually.
Ricky, why are you? Ricky, why are you acting like? Why
why don't
are
I-
you
can I
acting like
talk
a
to
high
you?
schooler?
Imagine your argument failing so bad that you have to switch to this kind of meta. What a crazy
No, I mean,
failure.
you just can.
Imagine being on
cannot
a
stop
stage
interrupting.
with 2,500 people and switching to this kind of meta when your conversation actually fails. All I asked you was to demonstrate what your argument has to do with God, and you've been crashing out.
You just haven't been listening.
I've been listening. I'm waiting for it.
Okay, give me like, how about 3 sentences and I'll stop talking.
Is it going to do with your God?
Yes.
Go for it.
If the universe was a singularity at one point, and all things were contained in that singularity, then it's possible that consciousness was also in that singularity and that the singularity was conscious of itself. And actually, I'm done. It is possible. I'm not saying it's proof, it's possible. Oh my
Fuck.
God. I
That's
wish I could
fucking
go.
crazy. Okay, so again, you haven't demonstrated that there was a singularity. Second, what does consciousness, how does a singularity become conscious?
It would either be emergent or it's infinitely regressive. Oh, buzzwords.
So
I bet
is
he
the
doesn't know what that
universe
means.
universe still conscious?
Yes, 100%. That is
So
God.
so the universe is still conscious right now. Do you know its thoughts? Do you know what it's thinking about?
It's thinking this guy with the white teeth can't stop smiling when he's proven that he's not as smart as he thinks he is.
I do actually brush my teeth. So when I'm like dog walking assholes like you online, people can check my teeth, make sure I don't have anything stuck in between them.
That's good. I mean, I'm glad you're taking care of your teeth, man. Fucking.
All right. Well, listen, you're a loser, and my audience didn't come for this level of fifth grade argument. So you're done. Okay. Don't come back.
That was embarrassing. Justin,
That
what
was
kind of drink is
crazy.
what kind of drink is a monotonic?
You know what? That's when you just have tonic water and you don't have any alcohol.
Also, okay, hold on. How did you make his little icon disappear and get smaller?
So what now?
When you kicked him, he got like smaller.
I can explain that when you get back to your PC. I can show you how that works.
Okay.
That's not as much a feature that I designed as much as just kind of a result of how my system works. But it'll do the same thing on your system. It is kind of a dope send off, to be honest.
It really is.
Yeah. Let me grab a couple of super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Jesus TT. Oh, you changed his name. Jesus Titty Effin' Christ. every live. You ever think you were a genius because you came up with the greatest screen name in history, but then after the 7th or 8th person doesn't get it, you realize, no, actually, I'm an idiot, so I changed it. That explains it. Listen, I'm sure it made sense to you, but the problem with jokes is that they only work on people who know the joke. You know what I mean? Just one of those.
Oh, that was
pitfalls.
beautiful.
Dipster, thank you for all the face paint on TikTok. I really appreciate that, Dipster. And Noco, thank you for the $20 super chat, my friend. He says, oh my God, shrine for Doug, rock hard for Doug. Yes, it's going on, friends. I'm building the shrine for Doug. It's great. I already bought an incense burner with like the Catholic frankincense and myrrh incense like that they have in the Catholic mass. Like we're gonna get it going, friends. And Piranha, thank you so much for the $10 super chat, says, my tarantulas heard what you said last time. They're spreading the word across the World Wide Web. Your local spiders will know. You'd better share the 3D altar files so others can worship properly. I will, friends. I will share all the files with you for your own 3D printing. And I think soon Crystal is going to be doing some 3D printing for the Cult of Doug. But there's some things we have to do first. Carlos, thank you so much for the 10 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. It's a huge W, my friend. That's 10 more people with membership and cheat sheet access. And Noco, again with another $20 super chat, says, oh my God, telling him that he doesn't know what it means and you can't even pronounce it. LMAO, unfortunately, you're not impressing anybody with your ignorance. It's crazy to me that you would come into a live stream, use a big word, and then when the other person doesn't know it, you have to get called out for not knowing it yourself. What a crazy time to be alive. Philip, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, I'd be productive if you guys firstly engaged. Oh, it'd be productive if you guys firstly engaged in the hypothetical that the singularity is true. Well, we have no reason to believe it is. He couldn't support it. Describe how causality happens in space-time. There is no before the Big Bang if it is a singularity. There's 100 different descriptions of what a singularity is, but I agree. If the singularity entails that there's no space-time, then yeah, there's no such thing as before. Carlos, thank you so much for the 200 MX. Says, I'll get a gin atonic with a monoatomic composite. I could be wrong, but I don't think that would qualify as monoatomic. I did look it up. And my understanding, and Blitz can correct me if I'm wrong, monoatomic is something that's made of only one type of atom?
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. Mono meaning one, atom meaning atom.
That's what I thought. Like it said some of the noble gases qualify as monoatomic.
Yeah, definitely.
Mandy, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Says, I'm sure you heard this before, but only way Jesus saves if he shops at 99-cent stores. Also, when it comes to slavery, religions and gods are the biggest enslavement to logic and reason. Couldn't agree more. And I have not heard that joke before. I can't believe that I've never heard that. But you're 100% correct. Jesus couldn't save because Dollar Tree wasn't here yet. And Menards wasn't around either. How are you going to save big money at Menards without Menards? GL, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Says, any thoughts on the White House directive that connects anti-Christianity to domestic terrorism and instructing agencies to investigate and prevent it? Does it concern you at all, considering your work? A little bit. My understanding, like, if I had to guess, I would say most of these agencies doing this, I don't know where they would start. How do you police it? What are you going to do? You're going to go to someone's channel. You're going to give charges to them, and then you're going to end up in court. It'll get thrown out of court. They might, want to challenge it and go to a higher court to get thrown out there. Like, I don't know what they expect to happen. Like, you can't throw people in prison for having opinions about God not existing. Brianna, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, I was indoctrinated into the cult of Christianity and only recently fully let go of the idea of God. Your videos have been incredibly cathartic in my mental recovery process. Thank you. And shout out to Blitz in the hizzy. A big shout out to Blitz. Thank you so much, Brianna. I appreciate the generous super chat. And big W for getting yourself out of the cult. And with that, let me grab our next guest, which looks like Hyperion. Quite a name.
The Titan.
How you doing, Hyperion?
Hey.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you now. How you doing?
I'm all good. How are you guys?
Doing good. Thank you for asking. Hyperion, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yeah, I'm well over 18 and I am a Christian.
Okay. And what would be the most compelling evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
I would say the assertion in Genesis 1 of the creation of the universe in the image of human beings and our ability to understand what is happening in the universe to a very detailed, fundamental level.
What?
Huh? I don't see what us being intelligent has to do with the Bible being true.
Well, the Bible Bible makes loads of claims, most of them spurious, and a lot of them kind of locked down to their specific period. But if you're going to boil down the entire Old Testament into one kind of core concept, I would submit that concept is that the universe is intelligible to human intellect. What would you say?
I would say that's not in the Old Testament.
Also, I don't think you can sum down the Old Testament into one single sentence, no matter how hard you
But
try.
if you were to distill.
No, it completely contradicts what the Old Testament says. The Hebrew Bible, like the book of Job, God sits Job down for like 4 or 5 chapters explaining, you can't question me because you don't know how the universe works. Were you there when I laid its foundations? So on and so forth. And then even Proverbs chapter 30, the proverb of Egwar. Egwar is like, I don't have intelligence. I can't tell you what's in the heavens. I don't have wisdom of the angels. So the Bible over and over again tells you that as a human being, you can't understand the intricate workings of the universe. That's what God does.
But it does kind of try and make a point that we were made in God's image.
So
in Genesis 2.
That just means we look like him, nothing more.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think it's just purely physical?
Yes. The ancients, if you would have asked the ancient Israelites what Yahweh looked like, they would have told you he had 2 arms, 2 legs, and a head and a penis.
So they would have said he looked like that guy over there.
Yeah, in fact, we have the same thing in Genesis 5 when Adam has children. It says, when Adam had lived 130 years, he became the father of a son, and in his likeness according to his image, the exact same Hebrew phrase used of Yahweh when he creates human beings.
Yeah, the word Salem just refers to what something looks like, nothing more.
Okay, so you're telling me it's like a purely physical description
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
God is
in
described
all
with
of
body
its
parts.
instances.
He's got a nose, he's got hands, he's got arms, he's got feet.
White hair.
Yep. His nose gets
Well,
hot
some
when he's
of
angry.
that
Smells stuff.
some of that heritage comes from El in the Canaanite tradition, especially the beard.
I don't
That's the
disagree.
deity.
Yeah, the Canaanite tradition had a very corporeal idea of the deities. In fact, somebody wrote a whole PhD dissertation on this and then turned it into a book. Her name is Esther Hamori. She wrote a book called "When Gods Were Men," and it details how in the ancient religions the gods were more like supermen than they were these immaterial entities.
Don't forget Dr. Stavrakopoulos' book, God and Anatomy. Whole book dedicated to just talking about God's body parts. A whole 3 chapters.
Wonderful
dedicated to his
book.
genitals
Like
alone.
I've read it a few times. It's a great book.
Yeah, and if you believe that Jesus is God, then you believe God has a body anyways.
Why?
Because Jesus had a body?
Okay. And
But there's nothing incompatible about God having a body.
It wasn't until Christians started to make God a bit more abstract and make him incorporeal that the idea that man was made in God's image took on new meaning. But until that point, it had nothing more to mean than just that humans were made to look like Yahweh and the other gods.
when do you think that process began?
After the biblical period, sometime around the 2nd to 3rd century CE, is when you start getting all these philosophical innovations to Christian theology.
Yeah.
So you think the Deuteronomistic historian was absent from that evolution?
I don't think so, but I think the work of the Deuteronomists came prior to the Greco-Roman period. I think he finished his work most likely just at the end of the Babylonian exile. And to
What do
be
you mean by
sure,
finished his work? Like, what layers do you think that he put on to the DTRH tradition?
well, typically he gets accredited with Deuteronomy, and then he usually gets credited with Joshua, and then he also gets credited sometimes with the Book of Kings. I personally think Kings is older than the Deuteronomist. I think if the Deuteronomist was involved in Kings, I think he just was there to edit a much older historical text.
Do you think the prophetic tradition of Elijah predated Elijah?
So the problem with Elijah is we don't really have evidence that this was a real person. So like I don't know if the tradition of Elijah predated him. That to be sure,
What about Elisha?
there probably were prophets in Israel that were doing what those guys were doing. But when I read the story of Elijah, it reads like mythology. I'm not inclined to believe that a real Elijah existed that did the same things that the biblical Elijah did.
Yeah, but doesn't the Elisha text give you a more like a fundamentalist point of view of the Elijah narrative? Or do you think
Elisha.
Elisha and Elijah was disconnected?
I mean, personally, I think there was one individual, and depending on which community you were a part of, you pronounced his name Elijah or you pronounced it Elijah, Elisha. And we see this all the time in the Old Testament where we have what probably was one story, but it was held by multiple people groups and they changed enough details in the stories, like the names and other things, that they just got remembered as different stories, as different people. Personally, I think there was Only one person.
Sorry,
I don't
carry
think
on.
there was Elijah and Elisha.
But do you think the Elijah traditions were based on the Elijah narratives?
I think
Because
it was,
Elijah appears more kind of like folkloric and
yes,
bear
it's folklore.
proclamations.
It's like Johnny
Yeah,
The
it seems to
Appleseed.
me.
the Deuteronomistic historian kind of maybe came in and took some of the Elisha narratives and said, you know what, that makes a great deal of sense when I'm trying to narrate the
It,
fall of the Northern Kingdom.
it seems to me that Elijah / Elisha are just like archetypal figures. Like they're meant to represent the idea of being a prophet.
Yeah. But anyways,
But
Hyperion,
okay, but
I
but
don't
but
know if the,
Elisha
I
appears to
don't,
be like an
Hyperion,
older
hold
kind
on,
of source.
buddy, listen, this is an extremely interesting conversation for me, but nobody in my audience
Technical.
cares for this. So I don't want
Okay.
to go on this rabbit trail and bore the entire audience. As much as like I
Okay.
would enjoy it, no one's here for documentary hypothesis.
Elijah kind of like, okay, so can I annoy Blitz?
No. So what we're looking for right now is an argument or piece of evidence that would lead to God being real.
Okay, so I would say the unreasonable effectiveness of mathematics, and as a corollary to that statement, I would invoke ADS-CFT correspondence.
You did ask if you could annoy me, and he said no.
And I did annoy you, but he didn't realize I was going to annoy you, but I did.
So you believe numbers are real?
I believe that mathematical abstractions actually dictate our reality.
Abstractions come from minds.
Abstractions are discovered by minds. There's no evidence to say they are actually contingent on those
No.
minds.
Abstractions
Can I put
come
in-
from minds.
Can I put it in a jar?
I would say abstractions are discovered by minds.
No. So for example, if I said I believe in this concept of justice. Justice is a concept, it's an abstraction, it's an idea that my brain is creating, but there's no like I can't go out and put justice into a jar, as Dalton would say. It's just an
Absolutely.
abstract concept. Like numbers are the same. Why would I believe in that numbers are anything but an abstract concept?
Because they can lead you to novel conclusions.
So
Like, what do you mean so?
so
It
what?
can. So you challenge the assumptions and then you find something that you weren't expecting.
I said so what? So I'm aware that math can lead you to correct conclusions, just like using the laws of logic can lead you to correct conclusions. But I have no reason to believe that either one of them like have ontology. They don't actually exist.
Okay, so I would say if you would take Euclid's axioms of no parallel lines meeting, okay, sounds very reasonable. Is it reasonable? Is it reasonable?
Right?
Well, it's not, but you can imagine a geometry where those lines do meet, and you can infer a different kind of mathematical construction. So I would challenge the point of view that mathematics is always derived from observation, because we can make leaps of faith, however you want to define it. We can, like, be a little bit crazy and create abstractions which are extremely valuable in terms of our understanding of the universe.
So what? What's that to do with numbers being real?
It demonstrates the numbers being real is a kind of a relevant question. The
No,
relationship.
It's not irrelevant.
No?
That's literally the question I'm asking. Is like you believe numbers are real. I'm trying to find a reason why I would believe numbers are real. As far as I can tell, numbers are a concept the same way justice is a concept. Hyperion, I don't know.
So Justin, what numbers do you think are real?
Like, why do you think talking over me as I'm responding to you is the right move?
Because I'm asking you a question.
Well, you shouldn't be doing it while I'm responding to your first question or responding to the thing that you
Okay.
just said. I haven't talked over you.
Okay.
Did you hear what I said?
Yes.
What'd I say?
Why am I talking over you?
Prior to that.
No, I didn't hear that.
Okay. So I want to know why numbers exist, but you don't believe the idea of justice exists. Justice is not something that has ontology. It's just an abstract concept from the brain. It's something we invented with our brain. Why does one have ontology, not the other?
Because I don't think numbers exist. I don't think numbers aren't necessary for the structure of our universe. Blitz would appreciate this. If you take a n-dimensional Euclidean manifold and you look at the diffeomorphisms of the number of structures that you can create differentiation upon them, 1, 2, and 3, you get 1. 4, you get uncountably many. 5, 6, 7, you get 1 again. So I would posit and push back and say there seems to be a preferred notion of complexity in 4-dimensional Lorentzian mechanics. It's quite a crude way of putting it. And I apologize, Bliss. It's not quite right. I'm asking you to legislate on how many diffeomorphic structures you have on R1, R2, R3, R4
to be sure,
versus R5.
None of that answers the question, Hyperion. All you said is that there's math that explains an actual thing in the universe. But I agree, math is designed to allow Hyperion. Math is designed to explain things. We agree on that. Just like the color blue.
So kind to allow
Hyperion,
Blitz
why
to
are you talking over
reply?
me? Do I have to mute you?
Because I'm asking, would you be so kind to allow?
So the answer is yes, I have to mute you. Okay. So I agree. We can invent words and ideas to explain the world around us. This is something we have the ability to do. Like we invented the word blue to refer to a particular wavelength. Now, blue is like the ism of blue, or like the isness of blue, doesn't exist. Blue is a description of something in the universe, right?
I'm not talking about wavelengths.
Numbers are a description of how the universe behaves. I have no reason to believe.
I'm not talking about numbers. I'm talking about relationships of content.
So again, you can wait 5 seconds to let me finish. Numbers, I have no reason to believe, have actual existence outside of our abstract thinking. And that's the argument you're supposed to be giving right now. You're supposed to be giving the argument for why numbers exist. Like with actual ontology, not abstract concepts. Yeah, Jenny, you might be right. He might be drunk.
The issue is that even if this argument succeeded, all you've done is argue for mathematical Platonism. You haven't actually established that a God exists.
Yeah, I know, right? That's where he wants you to take the leap. Once you've established Platonic forms, then he's just going to say God is the form of forms. Yeah, Vincent, you might be right. I think this guy's been doing some imbibing. Hyperion, if you're talking, no one can hear you. I think he fell down and now he can't get up. Someone sent him life alert.
I would ask you just on pure mathematical purity and the number of differential structures which are available to a 1-dimensional, 2-dimensional, 3-dimensional versus 4 and 5 over up to diffeomorphism. Can you tell everyone on this live how many diffeomorphic structures there are on this categorization of dimension, however we want to define it? Like, let's just say degrees of freedom.
We want to know what this has to do with God existing.
I think Blitz may care about it.
I don't
I'm
care.
Like,
quite familiar with exotic
well,
R4s.
let him tell me that he doesn't care about
Hyperion.
differential structures.
Hyperion. With the fierceness of 1,000 suns, I love Dr. Blitz, but we're talking about God right now. If you're talking about things that doesn't have anything to do with God, I don't see why you would expect Dr. Blitz to be interested. I mean, he probably is interested because he loves physics, but it's off topic.
I don't believe it's off topic.
All right, Dr. Blitz, you want to cook them and then we can get back to the topic?
Look, the point is
Oh.
yes, there are uncountably many like exotic R4s and S4s and all of this lovely stuff. Okay, you got mathematical Platonism, great, cool. What does that have to do with God?
Okay, so how many are there R3s?
Exactly one.
Okay, how many are there R4s up to infinity?
I already said.
Sorry,
that
sorry, R5.
Oh, one. Look, you already got your mathematical Platonism. R4 is special. Cool. What now?
Okay, so why is R4 special?
That's a great question.
I mean, like, I've read your thesis. Like, there are degrees of freedom in the hyperplane, which allow complexity.
You're asking. I mean, like, there's a proof that shows that R4 is special. If you want to know why R4 is special, you can go read the proof. If you're asking why is it 4 and not 5, I mean, like, this is like a philosophical question at this point. This is just what the mathematical structures do.
No, it's mechanical to say why it's not 5 or 4, because it's degrees of freedom of the hyperplane. Yes or no?
What does this have to do with the topic?
The topic is, why are we privileged? Why are we privileged in a 4-dimensional manifold?
But that's not the topic. The topic is your God is imaginary.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm getting a phone call really quick.
Yeah, it's okay. Hyperion, it sounds like you don't actually want to talk about the topic, which makes for a very boring conversation. And right now,
No. I'll talk. I will talk to Blitz.
Yeah, right now I think your sobriety is imaginary, so you need to go sober up and come back when you're ready to engage honestly. Okay. He literally got on this live stream to shoot the breeze with Blitz, which I would love to watch that happen on Blitz's Ask a Physicist live stream. Great live stream, by the way. I tune in and ask questions myself. But you're in the wrong place for Ask a Physicist, as fun as it is. Helping Mega Deconstruct, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, praise Doug and Sharon for a beautiful fall cookout. I'm enjoying the disciples of Doug hanging out tonight. Well, hey, thank you so much. And the disciples are all here. We've got at least 2 of them, Dr. Blitz and Dalton's with us. And Steve Harvey Oswald, wild name. Thank you for the super chat, says, saw your hot sauce fundraiser live. I want to call you Frodo because you probably had your ring destroyed. Well, actually, I lucked out. I chugged so much hot sauce, I ended up throwing it all up the same night, which means I didn't digest enough of it to destroy my ring. So I still has the ring. Also, could I get a copy of your KJV errors doc? Oh, that reminds me, Oswald, I was going to add my KJV errors to a tab on the cheat sheet. Somebody messaged me on Discord. I will make sure this coming week to add my current list of errors to the deconstruction cheat sheet. I don't know how many I have. I've been randomly building them as they come up. I haven't dedicated a ton of time to it yet, but I'll put it on the cheat sheet so everybody has access to it for sure. What's this? A post-somatic apostate. I don't know what that means, but thank you for the super chat. It says, do y'all have any favorite fictional media in which characters deconstruct? Mine would be Midnight Mass show and the Locked Tomb series. Actually, as a book, I don't know if I do. I don't consume a lot of movies or TV shows, honestly. I read a lot of books, but I don't read fiction. So, like, I mean, I do read the Bible. That counts as fiction. But, like...
I mean, technically supernatural. At the end of it, they defeat God.
Sounds good. Ian Rogie, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, the Christian laugh, it gets to me. It's some people crying without tears. That's a good way to say it. Yes, the nervous laughter while you're like cooking yourself, it's the same thing as crying without tears. I've never heard that expression before, but I think that's accurate actually. The convert deconvert. Oh, covert. Sorry, the covert deconvert. Thank you so much for the super chat, my friend. Says, Reiki, are you going to keep interrupting? Have something worth listening to and we won't interrupt. Yeah, I actually agree. Yeah, if you say something nonsensical, off point, or meta, I'm going to interrupt you. If you're giving an actual argument that we asked for or staying on topic, I will not interrupt you. Grace, I wonder if this is related to Huge Grace, says make sure to get Jesus wafers for the Doug approved. Actually, that reminds me, I've been meaning to order my own communion wafers. I haven't done it yet, but I'm gonna make it happen. Ronnie Land says, is the word unicorn in the original Hebrew Bible? Not really. Rock hard for Doug. Love the work you do. Okay, so there's a conversation to be had here. So the word unicorn really comes from the Greek Septuagint, and then from there, from the Latin. Latin was a translation of the Greek Septuagint, not of the Hebrew. Now, the reality is the original animal was probably just a one-horned rhino, which is why the Latin text refers to it as a unicorn, a single-horned animal. And so the reality is, most likely that's what it was referring to, but people didn't know that during the early medieval period. They didn't know what a unicorn was, and they let their imagination go wild, dreaming up ideas of what a unicorn could be. You know what I mean? I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. I got 5 more super chats, 6 more super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Good question. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, do you agree that Satan is not one of the fallen angels implied in the Hebrew angelology and that he's unfairly targeted because of Christian ignorance? I do. It's clear that Satan wasn't part of the fallen angels from Genesis chapter 6. They're locked up in chains in darkness awaiting judgment. Satan was a henchman for God. He was the accuser. His job was to do God's dirty work.
If I'm going to be really anal about it, no, there are no fallen angels in the Hebrew Bible because Genesis 6 are not angels.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Yes. The idea of angels didn't come until the Greek period. That's a good point. Scotty, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says rock hard for Doug and Sharon. Should I pop up to the Vatican this weekend to confirm it's still there and get Doug a nice rosary? Oh, Doug would love it. He'd be fine. Nighty night from Italy. Love Justin, Dalton, Dr. Blitz. Catch you all in the end. Well, thank you so much, Scotty. Really appreciate that. And big love to you over in your home country of Italy. And the covert deconvert comes back. Thank you so much, my friend, for the super chat. It says, woo-woo arguments for God summed up. Argumentum ad rectum. Just pull shit out of your ass and hope the opponent is too confused to refute it. We've heard that a lot. Throw out enough words that the audience or your interlocutor doesn't know, and you think you've won. Where I grew up, we refer to this as baffle them with bullshit. It's different if you actually know the words you're using and you're just being pretentious, but when you don't even know the words, that's called baffle them with bullshit. Boop and boom. Good to see you tonight. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, when you yell, you heal something in our little apostate hearts. We've all had people in positions of power, parents, preachers, bosses, mentors, degrade us, gish gallop to weasel out of answering honestly. Well, thank you, Boop and Boom. If there's one thing I will do on this live stream, and this is a promise for my live stream, I will do everything I can to keep the conversation on track. Try to avoid pivots. Sometimes they happen, but I always try to bring it back. Noko Apostate, thank you for the super chat, says, like the late great thinker Christopher Hitchens said, religion was our first and elementary attempt at getting our primitive minds to explain not only the cosmos, but reality as we perceived it. I couldn't agree more. It was a failed attempt at explaining the universe. In fact, in the Bible background commentary series from Zondervan, Genesis was done obviously by John Walton, and he says that Genesis functioned as a textbook, as a science textbook for how the world worked for the ancients, because that's what it was. This was their explanation of the universe. It just so happens that they were wrong. And last one from Martin Papatera. Thank you for the $20 super chat, my friend. It says, Hyperion must be a disciple of Terrence Howard. I agree. Howard was the math genius who concluded that 1 × 1 = 2. This is how you derive that there are multiple dimensions. Of course, that's where Doug lives, in the 5th dimension. I don't know which dimension Doug lives in. I have to assume it's all of the dimensions. But Dr. Blitz, didn't you write your PhD dissertation on the 5th dimension?
Well, not the 5th dimension, but a 5th dimension. Absolutely, I did. And unfortunately, Doug cannot be found there.
Yeah, I don't know anything about those dimensions. All right, let's grab our next in line. I almost read this name as the Balls, but it's the Bells. We're going to get the Bells in here. How you doing, Bells?
Oh boy, we're here.
Yeah, you're up.
Oh, okay. I'm a little surprised. So, we're coming from it with a non-theist perspective. Is that okay?
I don't know what you mean. You mean, do you believe in God or not?
No, we don't. But we're not atheists
Okay.
either.
Well, that is, if you don't believe in God, that means you're an atheist. That's what that means.
No, it means a non-theist means that we don't believe the concept is relevant.
No, do you believe in a God?
No.
Okay, well, you're an atheist. Congratulations. Welcome to the party. We got bacon. We got funny hats. Don't worry. We got the whole thing going. All right, we'll move on to the next guest, Karaoke Night. If you're watching on YouTube, you can join as well. There's a link on the screen and in the description of the video. You can request up without having to sign up for anything. It's easy, and it usually works as long as your hardware is good. Karaoke, welcome in. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Hey, Decon. Yeah, I'm 34. I turn 35 this year, and I do believe in God. I saw your prompt here, God's imaginary, prove me wrong. So I was like, why not, let me, make my case here and for God being non-imaginary. And but thanks
By
for
the way,
hosting the debate. And I think God exists outside of the imagination. That He exists all around. In physical form, not just imaginary. So happy to debate you on this. But could I first ask, I know Dr. Blitz is atheist, you're atheist. Bible guy, are you a theist or atheist?
I am so atheist.
Okay, so yeah, I guess I'm outnumbered here, 3 atheists against me, the one theist. But I'd say that God is certainly has an imaginary component, right? The personal belief of God. So your God, Dekan, is going to be contained within your imagination. Dr. Blitz's God concept is imaginary to him, and Bible guys, God is imaginary certainly, but there is this external God likeness. Whatever that means, based on whatever religion you're coming from. That explains, it points at the same thing. Some believe it to be elephant god, right? The Hindus believe in elephant god. Some believe in a physical form. Some believe in an invisible god. So I think it's beyond just an imaginary concept.
You were making an argument about something about how good is God. Those words have no relationship to each other, right?
Yeah, it's a theory. It's a theory that there's a missing O there. What else would God represent other than good?
God comes from Proto-Germanic word gudan, and the word good comes from the Proto-Germanic word godaz. They're not related.
They certainly sound similar, don't they?
They sound and look similar, but just because two words sound and are spelt very similar doesn't mean that there's any etymological connection between them.
But they certainly do sound similar, and they're spelled similarly, and also semantically they mean similar things. So it's open to interpretation.
Mean the same thing.
I would argue they do. Yeah.
Yeah. So none of this actually got you any closer to the argument, which is an argument for why the God is real.
Let's start there. If there is this missing O, God and good, the original intent of the prophets were to spread good, to speak of good, the goodness of religion and things like that. So no one's denying that Jesus was a good guy. He preached good things.
No, he didn't.
There is no good but God.
I'll deny that. I deny that. He was
Okay.
not a good
Preached
guy.
good things.
Okay,
He
yeah,
said,
that's
he said, if you don't want me to be your king, I'll throw you in fire forever.
okay. Yeah, he certainly wasn't perfect, because I think he was. No one's perfect, but I think this idea of God is of
Perfect.
this a
If I
creator.
lit, if I lit
Mhm.
you on fire, would I be good?
No, of course not.
Okay, so you can't special plead for Jesus.
I'm not. I'm an omnist. I do comparative theological studies. So I've studied a bit of all the religions. So that's the overlap there.
Thanks for having me.
Mhm. That's the overlap. Like
Oh, we
where
lost Blitz.
what's the meaning of God we can agree on. Certainly, like a universal energy source, some kind of higher power. So I see it as a synonym for good. Yeah.
God is not a universal energy source. That's ridiculous. Then he'd be material. And I thought you just said you don't believe in material God.
Yeah. I mean, the reason I
Is God
that's
material in your worldview?
for me, I like to think there's a essence of God in all things. He kind of created the mountains and the water and the universe and things like that.
So God is everything.
Yeah, I know it's a bit woo woo, but that's the point of religion, right? To
Super woo woo.
make us give us some hope at the end of the day, like answers to our creation questions.
Yeah. Do you study astrology?
I don't. I think astrology is like a pseudoscience. I don't know if there's meaning in the stars, but
So you think astrology is pseudoscience, but you think this woo woo isn't?
I think theists have a better claim than atheists about does goodness exist.
We
That's
didn't
about the
ask about
conversation.
goodness.
I'm pretty sure right now you're at a moon level of transcendent energy vibes, which puts you in the quantum solar resonant index at 91%.
Okay.
Prove me
It's
wrong.
interesting. So, could you cite your sources here, Decon? Where'd you get these statistics?
This is the quantum woo spreadsheet put together by a true professional.
All right. So as evident in the charts, like your claim is that I'm in the blue regions, but like maybe there's some truth to it. Who knows?
Is Mars in retrograde?
I'm not sure, man. I'm not an astrologist. I'm a theologian.
Okay, just checking.
A small difference.
That certainly could affect your transcendent vibe level.
Yeah, I'm going to stick to what I believe. I think somewhere the word for good and God got lost in translation, but God is good,
No.
guys.
No,
God
those
exists.
they both come from two completely different Proto-Germanic words. They're not
That's
related to each other. That's a fact. That's not
they
up for
sound the
debate.
same. They mean the same, man.
They
No, it is okay. SON and SUN sound the same. Is my child like warming the planet right now?
No, but they certainly sound the same, look the same. They are the
So
same.
what? Do you know
My
what a
child looks
heteronym
like the
is?
sun.
Like a homonym, yeah, or heteronym.
No. A heteronym. Do you know what a heteronym is?
Like a no, I don't.
There are words that are spelled exactly the same but pronounced differently and have different meanings.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
regardless,
wouldn't all those words just be the same then?
Yeah, regardless of which branch of the etymological tree you're looking at, Bible guy, in the Indo-European
ignore Poe's
language
question,
family,
yeah, sure.
right? In the Indo-European language family, if you go back up to Aramaic and work your way down, you'll understand what I'm talking about.
Aramaic is not the root for Proto-Germanic.
Yeah, that's not going to help you at all. Aramaic got nothing to do with Germanic languages.
Yeah, you got to look a few levels up.
Germanic came from the Indo-European languages, isn't it?
Yeah, Proto-Indo-European.
Yeah, so somewhere, somewhere along the way,
I think you have a false idea of like what's called diffusion. This idea that all cultures and languages ultimately go back to a single source, but there's no evidence of that.
So, I'm not trying to debate semantics here, or
We're
etymology,
definitely
but
debating semantics.
yeah,
So do you
for the
think
sake of
God
reaching,
is, to be
reaching.
sure, the argument so far is premise number 1 is God sounds like good. Premise number
Yeah,
2 is good sounds like God. Conclusion: God is good. Did I get it right? I
absolutely.
put
For
it.
the sake of defining what we're debating, so that's the starting point. So because the definition of God, for those who believe, is a source of goodness. That's why. Mhm.
Justin, in Hebrew, the word for man, ish, and the word for fire, aish, are spelled exactly the same. So people must be made out of fire.
Mhm.
Okay. Regardless, which claim
Yeah,
do you
let me
think
just ignore the point.
sounds more legitimate? The theists claim that good exists, or the atheists claim that good does not exist?
We
That's
never
not an
claim that good
atheist
doesn't
claim.
exist.
I literally no
Okay,
idea
so
why you would put that on us. I've never understand why you
God is
guys
a misspelling of
straw
good,
man our
guys.
position.
God is a misspelling of good.
No, it's not.
Not even
God
remotely
damn.
true, and that only works in the Germanic / English lineage. They have nothing to do with each other.
Okay,
Even if they
I'll
had a
entertain
similar
that notion.
even if they had a similar
Mhm.
etymological root, it wouldn't mean that God is real.
And
good
even,
is
and
good
even
is
if
certainly real. Given the fact that
No,
I'm right, you guys are wrong,
no,
right?
good is a
About this.
subjective opinion. Given the fact
Tell
that
me
you
this.
have no idea how words work,
Okay, so regardless, Decon and Bible guy, which of these statements is more true? If God did exist, he'd be more good, or if God existed, he'd be more bad.
we have no idea what
it's
God
a
would be like. We don't have one to
it's a
know.
coin toss.
Yeah.
Okay, what
The
about
God
between
in
these
most of
two
the holy
claims?
books is a prick. And in fact, the other problem is, why are you going to one God? Why isn't there a billion gods?
So some religions believe that, but I
Well,
think
do you believe in one God?
Most religions believe that.
so.
Why would God be
Yeah,
good when
kind
he
of.
created
Yeah.
the earth with natural disasters?
I think the original intent of religion is to spread good, but
It's almost like I asked you a
mhm.
question. Why would God be good if he created the earth with natural disasters?
So
Keep in mind, if you don't answer my question, I'll ask you again. So it's up to you on how many times you want to get asked the same question.
I think you're a bit confused, Econ, about is good good?
Actually, I think you're confused about how these live streams work. This is not where you get to just avoid easy questions. Dialogues go both ways. You ask questions, I ask questions. Oh, thank you for the dog. I appreciate that, 412. So I asked you an easy question. It sounds like you just don't want to answer it because you know where it happens to lead. And it also sounds like you're unserious. You're at a level of either really confused or a troll right now. If you're a troll, it's a pretty good troll. If you're not a troll, I have questions about your mental soundness. Okay. Well, we're gonna dump him. We got other people waiting to get him.
Language
Thank
stuff
you.
always is like a big pet peeve for me.
Dude, it's so annoying when God sounds like good. He must be real. What a crazy argument. RT, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, what do you think about this question? Which one does God care about more, free will or a relationship with you? I mean, in the Christian worldview, they have to say free will because free will is their ticket out for so many horrible things.
Even though
Krusty,
it's not
good
in the
to see you.
Bible.
It's certainly not. Krusty says, listening to Blitz cooking on his new channel today, Justin, you would have been proud. I watched it. I was there. I was proud. You know I love Dr. Blitz's channel. Derek, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, thank you for your donation. Well, Derek, thank you for your donation. I appreciate that. And again, for another donation from Derek, it says, from a fellow Ohioan who escaped the Catholic Church, keep up the great work. Well, I'm glad you escaped the Catholic Church, but not escaped Ohio, even though if you get too far north, you end up in the Mistake on the Lake. Other than that, there are some decent places to be in this glorious state. And remember, Ohio is the heart of it all, friends. And Oops Caught on Camera, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, I've heard that the rapture prediction was off due to God not knowing that we use a different calendar now. He will never understand time zones. Isn't that the craziest thing? Well, I mean, surely he'd be using the time in Jerusalem. I don't see why he would be using American time. But if that were the case, I mean, theoretically, it would only be delayed 24 hours one way or another. Like, it wouldn't be delayed for days.
What year is it right now over Israel?
I don't actually know. Google will tell you.
I think it's like, yeah, I think if it's like supposed to be that thing where Christians think that the 6 days represent 6,000 years, then we still got like a couple hundred years before Jesus is supposed to come back. So,
That's true.
Big old time frame.
Indeed. Forge the Gods says, you said there is no heaven. You just get resurrected. Scripture, please. Okay, so first of all, heaven just means the sky. Both in the Greek New Testament, Hebrew Old Testament, heaven always means the sky. They have no concept of an otherworldly plane. That's why God's throne is in the sky. God dwells among the angels in the sky. Jesus comes riding on the clouds. God is the cloud rider because they live in the sky. So when it says heaven, heaven just means the sky. The renewed heaven and the renewed earth means that the sky and the earth are going to be renewed, and we're going to have a garden-like state again, and then everyone's going to live forever. It's basically righting all the wrongs and going back to the Adamic state. I mean, to be sure, I mean, you could just go to Daniel chapter 12. The beginning of Daniel chapter 12 tells you. The same thing with 1 Thessalonians chapter 4, verse 13 to the end. There's others, but my guess is if you have a Bible with cross references, that'll get you going. Isaiah chapter 26 has some resurrection motif at the end of it as well. Squid Pope says top 3 worst things to happen to Christianity: 1, Paul; 2, Plato; 3, Calvinism. And shit, I don't know if I could agree more. I mean, those are all true. To be fair, I don't know if Christianity would have been the same without Paul.
I think we add Trump to that list.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, here's the other thing, though. Without Plato, you might not have gotten Paul. You might not have gotten Paul or Christianity without Plato.
Yeah, especially with Hebrews, with its whole idea of there being the true forms of things in heaven that are on earth. Would you get that without Platonic thought? Probably not.
Nope. You never would. Hannibal's mom says, like the evil God of the Bible, I too love the smell of good barbecue. People do rag on the sacrificial system and they're like, oh, how horrible it was. But like, I've studied the Old Testament all my life, and here's my thought. I mean, other than the fact that I love animals and I don't want to kill that many animals, fucking all day barbecue? Yeah. Yeah, that sounds awesome.
God's got to eat.
God's got to eat. Exodus, was it 30, 29, 32? I have to look it up. Exodus literally has a daily feeding schedule for Yahweh. In the book of Leviticus, Yahweh demands his food. Yahweh doesn't call it sacrifice every time. There's verses in Leviticus where it's literally referred to as Yahweh's lechem, his food or his bread.
And of course, Malachi refers to the altar as the Shulchan Adonai, the table of the Lord. So
yep. And another one from DB says, gonna have to watch later, but cook some for me. We're doing that, my friend. We're doing as much cooking as possible. And Lois says, Almighty Doug made an appearance to me yesterday. Well, congratulations, new prophet of Doug. Yesterday, I was getting coffee and noticed a rock inside the chip jar. Praise Doug. Yes, they were manifesting the love of Doug as a tip. I mean, I don't recommend tipping people rocks. Doug wants you to leave real tips so that people can feed their families, but we do love people sharing Doug. And Godwin, thank you for the super chat, says, is this true? I heard Paul didn't write women no talking in church, but instead it was a Roman author who were more misogynist. Yes, most scholars that are in textual criticism kind of agree with this. The first one that tipped me off to this was Linda Belleville. Linda Belleville is, unfortunately, she went crazy for Trump the first term, but she's still a decent biblical author. She wrote commentaries for the Pillar New Testament commentary series, and she also is involved in a number of Bible translations. But she's done a lot of work on this particular passage in Corinthians and talks about the textual history of it. Yeah, it doesn't appear to be original to the corpus of Pauline letters. Steve says, is it pie or pie? My cat is named P.I., but it was a double entendre because when I first got my cat, first of all, I have nerd names for all my animals. My dog was named Terabyte because she was a pit bull. Pie
I
was
mean,
named Pie because he was fat, like
don't
really fat.
don't you know, Justin, that originally it was PIE, but they dropped a letter and they mean exactly the same thing.
I did not know that, but the last guest would have had me believe that for sure. And Eris says, should have a saying for Rocky as well. How about rocking out for Rocky? We do need to get a slogan for each of the members of the Quadrinity. We need one for Rocky and Pebbles. Let's think on this, friends. Let's think on this. And helping Mega Deconstruction says, Justin, I know you're smarter than I am, but I wrestled for more than half of my life, yet I don't know if I ever played wrestling. That's because you're not from the South, helping Mega Deconstruct. If you live below the Mason-Dixon line, you wrestled. If you grew where I grew up, you probably wrestled. And sometimes you'll hear a little bit of Southern accent out of me, not too often, only because my father was from the hollers. And so every once in a while...
When I drink, the Texas accent comes out for sure.
Yeah. Every once in a while, something that you've been saying like that since you were a kid because your dad said it that way comes out, Noko says you can't come on someone's live stream and think it's yours. Nice try, though. Exactly. Listen, I love that you're here, friends, if you come up to debate me, but it's not your live stream. Chris, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, well, fuck. Doug needs an altar, so take this bloody money. Is the term robbing Peter to pay Paul some type of apologetic, and how so? Thank you. Well, thank you for the offering to Doug, and the saying robbing Peter to pay Paul. I don't know how it actually originated, but basically the idea is that you're taking money from a source to pay the source. It basically is, it's a shell game.
Did you get a sensor for the altar? Like one of the ones that you can swing. You need to get like some clay and make it look like like a rock.
Well, hold on.
Oh boy.
I went Catholic style. I still need
that's beautiful.
I still need the chain. The Catholics have theirs on a chain so you can swing it. But I haven't gotten a fake gold chain. To be sure, this is not real gold, friends. This is a $12 Amazon purchase. I highly recommend it. But you can burn all kinds of incense in here, even the loose leaf incense that the Catholics buy. Which,
say
by
what
the
you
way,
want about Catholics.
It smells good, doesn't it? You smelled it.
Yes, when I was Catholic, I loved going to mass, and my priest used to use incense every mass. Loved it. And say what you want about Catholic Orthodox, they know how to put on a show. They're very theatrical.
It's true. All right, I'm going to read 2 super chats, and then we're going to get going. MRG, thank you for gifting out 20 DZ Debate memberships. That is huge. Big W, friend. I super appreciate that. And also, Dr. David is back with us, says that God and good, son and son, blah, 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 BS is a typical play on words used by the pro-fake aka prophets. Most importantly in life is rock hard for Doug. Keep up the great work, Justin. Et al. I don't know what et al means, but thank you so much for the appreciation. And last one from our friend Tim. Tim, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, can you comment on scriptures that apologists use to claim the Bible is divinely inspired when it mentions the earth as a sphere before it was common knowledge, specifically Isaiah 40:22. So Isaiah 40:22 doesn't say that. It refers to it as the circle of the earth, and a lot of scholars think that it meant either one of two things. It refers to the dome over the earth, the rakia. We call it the firmament in the King James, or it could refer to the disk of the earth, because the same word in Hebrew is used for disks and for circles. Now we know that the earth isn't a circle because it's not hollow. So if we're translating it as a disk, then it's just a flat disk. And this matches what everybody in the ancient Near East thought about the earth. In fact, I've got the flat earth map behind me that shows it from ancient Babylon as a disk. Sorry, you can't see it because my green screen's up, but the reality is everybody in the ancient Near East thought it was a disk.
To be sure, if the Israelites wanted to say the earth was a sphere, they had a perfectly good word. They could have used Isaiah 28:13 says, I will throw you like a ball into the field. Hebrew word door. They could have said that, but no, they chose circle.
Yep, just one of those things. Good addition there, Dalton. All right, let's grab our next in line. And I don't know who was next in line, but it looks like it's going to be Carson and then maybe I Know It All. Or maybe Pedro. Welcome in, Carson.
Hey, I was just gonna ask you a question about Isaiah 53. Just a
Carson,
quick,
are you a Christian?
I'm agnostic on it, really.
So you're not a believer?
No,
Okay, well, we're just debating believers, okay?
my bad.
It's okay, I get it. If you have questions on Isaiah 53, just DM me. I'll answer them, okay? Oh, he's gone. You don't have to come up here if you just want questions. I'll get to you eventually. I'm sorry it takes me a while to get to all my messages, but I promise if you have questions on Isaiah 53, I'll send you notes. All right, let's get I Know It All, 1776. I'm sure this won't go south.
Oh boy.
What's up?
How you doing, Know It All?
I'm good. I'm Christian.
Cool. And are you at least 18?
Yeah.
Cool. What'd be a good piece of evidence or convincing argument for Christianity being true?
Well, one thing I want to correct real quick is something that you said a little bit ago about the word sky.
Uh-huh.
You speak Hebrew?
First off, I want to just say this real quick. What do people in England call a football? Like a soccer ball?
They call it a football, but I don't care.
Okay, so do we have a word football, and is it the same exact thing as their football?
I'm sorry. Is this related to the word heaven?
I'm asking you a question. If you don't want to answer,
Spelled
it,
different. It's spelled differently in England.
Yeah.
Is it the same word?
Differently.
Is it the same word?
It sounds the same.
This is just an example. This is just an example, but I mean, there's plenty of words that we say that are very common with them that have different meanings. But in the actual text, right, when it's referring to Jewish people writing this word, saying heaven, and not only that, but you're incorrect on the definition.
What is the word?
Can you pull up the definition real quick?
Can you tell me what the word for heaven is?
Just pull up the
Hebrew without
definition.
looking.
Stop trying to get a gotcha. Just pull up the definition.
So the word is Hashemayim, and do you know what it means?
Can you just pull up the word real quick?
Do you know what it means? You can say no if you don't.
Yes, I do know what it means, and that's not the word.
That is the word.
He's gotta go look it up. He's gotta go look it up.
To be sure, there's two words.
Okay, go to Matthew 6 and 10 and pull up the interlinear concordance.
That's Greek.
That's what I'm talking about.
They
right?
had
you were talking about the Greek. That's what you were talking about.
No,
now you're switching to the Hebrew. Go to the Greek. You were talking
about it in the Hebrew. I gave you a Hebrew phrase.
You were talking about it in the Greek a second ago.
I said the Greek and the Hebrew.
Okay, pull up the Greek.
Oranos.
You said there was no Greek word for other than heaven means sky in the Greek. You said that.
Oranos.
That's exactly what you said.
Oranos in the Greek is the sky.
Yes, but it has more than one definition.
No, it does not.
Pull it
in
up.
The Bible.
Just pull it up. Pull it up. Pull it up. Stop being a coward. Pull it up. Pull up the interlinear concordance.
I can't think of a single verse in the scriptures where it doesn't refer to the sky, which is where Yahweh lives.
Yeah, but when he says it, when he says the sky, he's only talking about, like he was making it seem like he wasn't talking about the actual heavens. Like he wasn't. When people are referring to heaven, they're referring to anything above, right? So in Matthew 6 and 10, he says, "Make everything like it is on earth." Make everything on earth as it is in heaven, right? So is he basically saying, make it just like clouds? Is that what he's saying? No, that's not what he's saying.
No, first century Jews had a cosmology where they thought that literally above them in the sky existed literally shadows and copies of everything that you'll see here on earth. So they would have had trees and palaces and altars and all kinds of things in the heavens above them. But it's all in the sky.
Can you go to Blue Letter Bible real quick?
I'm in the Thayer's Greek lexicon. It's not the most up-to-date lexicon.
Go to Blue Letter Bible because
it's not the most
every lexicon. It's not.
It doesn't have every lexicon because it doesn't have
it
the
has
B
most
dag.
lexicons
The B dag costs $300, so it's not there. The next closest thing to the BDAG is the Thayer's Greek lexicon, which I have pulled up in front of you.
Do Greek students who study Greek, do they use Blue Letter Bible?
No, you'd be laughed out of the classroom.
They don't really.
No,
it's based on the. It's based on
you
the
guys
Strongs.
are such gaslighters. Oh my lord.
No, they use an actual lexicon.
I literally got that from a professor. Well,
then he should be fired.
Greek.
You have to use an
Absolutely
actual lexicon.
Not.
Blue Letter Bible isn't a lexicon.
Do you have a degree in do you have a degree in ancient Greek literature?
Yeah, I went to school for it. I went to Bible college and then I went to seminary. I learned Greek and Hebrew.
Okay, first off,
so I'll show you my degree right here. Hold on.
Yeah, show me your printed piece of paper from the internet.
If you said that
but Ashland Theological Seminary, I graduated in 2013. Did you go to Greek class? Because it sounds like you didn't.
No, but I have a lot of friends. At least I'm honest about it.
Oh, I know a guy. I had a friend.
No.
Okay, so an actual lexicon. So an actual lexicon is what you would use to pull up definitions. If you go to Bible college and and I'm showing you the free lexicon that is the best right now.
Just pull up your definition. I want to see how full of it is. Okay, meaning
Oranos. And what's this word here? Oh my gosh, it's Shemayim, the same Hebrew word. It's almost like we said that.
The heights above the upper regions, the heavens.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the sky.
Yeah.
The sky.
But you were making it seem like,
it says it here.
There's no Greek word for...
The vaulted expanse of the sky with all things visible in it.
Keep going down.
They literally believed that was just above your head.
Keep scrolling down.
They have no concept. They have no concept of outer space in the Bible.
Keep going down.
What do you want to see?
Hold on.
There's no concept of outer space in the Bible. It's not there.
How do you? What are you talking about?
You are reading outer space into the Bible. It's not there.
Did I say outer space?
The Bible,
the aerial heavens, or sky, the region where the clouds and tempest gather.
The aerial heavens or the sky. Okay, you got it. The region where the clouds gather. Yeah, that place.
I know. I recognize
that's what that means.
Keep going down. Keep going down. Keep going down. Mm-hmm. Serial, starry heavens. Hold on. The heavenly forces, stars, phrase, blah, 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 Hebrew. Keep going down. The region, serial heavens, where God dwells and other heavenly beings.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, in the sky.
Right.
Like we said.
Yeah, first century Jews would have believed that the earth was surrounded by 7 concentric spheres, the 7 heavens. They had a different cosmology from the people of the Old Testament, but for them,
what's your source
it's all above our heads in the sky. The ascension of Isaiah.
Where's your source on that?
The ascension of Isaiah, the life of Adam and Eve, and the Talmud, and also the
okay. Where does it say in the Bible that there's 7 heavens?
The book of Enoch describes them actually as well.
Okay, so the book of Enoch. Really,
Paul
going to bring up the book of Enoch?
Yeah, Paul mentions actually the third of the 7 heavens, which is where paradise was located in that cosmology.
What verse?
Let's see. Where is that passage? I knew a man who was caught up to the third heaven. Paul verse. Let's see. 2 Corinthians 12. I know a man in Christ who 14 years ago was caught up to the third heaven, whether in the body or out of the body, I do not know. God knows. The third heaven in these classical cosmology. So, for example, if you read like the life of Adam, verse 2.
2 Corinthians.
Yeah. So again, as I was saying, if you read classical Jewish apocalyptic mystical literature, like the life of Adam and Eve, for example, it has 7 heavens, and then the third heaven is where the Garden of Eden is located in like this first century cosmology.
Well, I think we've confirmed that this guy indeed does not know it all. He only thinks he does.
His name might as well just be Dunning-Kruger.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, talk crap while I'm looking something up. That's real manly. Just how about you just be polite about it?
We had to fill the gap. You were swiped away.
No, that doesn't fill the gap. I'm looking it up real quick. No, it doesn't. You're just
we
assuming.
already did.
Just let me
it's already too late. We already filled the gap.
No, you didn't.
No, we did.
Just give me 1 second before you start running your mouth, please. I'd really like, before you start running your mouth, let me come back and then we can start talking smack to each other. At least have that respect. Don't do it when I'm away.
Buddy, you didn't come in here respectful. I don't owe you anything.
How did I not come in here respectful?
You came in here saying you're going to correct somebody on something that you don't know anything
Did I?
about, and then
How
you
about you replay that? How about you replay
talked
that?
over us every
No.
second of it.
Huh?
You came in saying
When
you
did
were
I
going to
say-
correct
when did I
us,
say
and
that?
then as we tried to dialogue about it, you talked over us. You're the prick. You're the reason why people don't like you. The reason why you don't get invited to things.
That was really seminary of you, buddy.
I'm not Christian.
Now
I
I
don't
know.
care.
Now I
The
know that
reason-
degree's fake.
The reason why people don't invite you to Thanksgiving dinner is because of this.
Dude, you
Man,
got to give me 1 second because you made me accidentally scroll out of what I was doing. So you got to give me 1 second. You guys just keep blabbing on about whatever. I'll be right back.
Yeah, sure. Justin, imagine thinking that scholars in the field use like the Strong's Concordance from Blue Letter
Oh my
Bible.
God. What an embarrassment. I would have got an F. Literally, if I did like a word study and I used the Strong's Concordance as a lexicon, they wouldn't even have given me a grade. My professor would have been too ashamed to even grade it. He would have sent me home and said, here's a free lexicon. Don't use this trash. Apparently no one told you.
One of my favorite quotes from Dan McClellan, because it's so true. He says, if anyone tells you to look into the Strong's Concordance, it's the most sure way of knowing they don't know Hebrew or Greek.
Yeah, I agree. That is my litmus test for anyone claiming to know Hebrew or Greek. If you say that you use Strong Concordance, you're done. The other thing, my other litmus test for people saying that they studied the language is just to see if they can conjugate a verb. If they can't conjugate a verb, you didn't study the language. You might have learned a couple words, but like if you don't know how to make a word future or past tense, like you don't really know how the language works yet.
Yeah, I
Let's see if
remember
he
when
comes
I was a fundamentalist in my Keeper Roots congregation. We had two books that we read from exclusively. It was the Bible and the Strong's Concordance. And to
They
be sure, none
love
of
the
us knew what
Strong's
we were talking about.
Concordance.
Yeah, for sure. And for anyone
What's-
who's in the comment section wondering why we are dogging on the Strong's Concordance, is because it doesn't actually tell you what the Hebrew, Aramaic, or Greek really means. It only tells you how it's translated into the King James Version Bible.
So
Right.
so I just want you to explain this to me real quick. So you said Paul went to the third level, right? So like
The
you were
third
talking
heaven.
about 7 levels a second ago.
Mm-hmm.
Where does it say anything about a 7 levels in the Bible?
I've already named my sources for you. It's the
no,
life
no,
of Adam
I'm
and
talking
Eve.
about in the Bible.
Fun fact: the Bible isn't like the entire breadth of all Christian and Jewish
Okay,
literature.
but what I'm saying though is
we
what I
never
just
claimed
read
that the
about
Bible said that. Why are you putting that on
Okay,
us?
you're talking
never-
about like
We never
how
claimed that the Bible said
how
there
they
were
would've-
7 heavens.
I just
Huh?
said that's what I just said. That's what Jewish and first century Jewish cosmology was. I never claimed that you can find those
No,
exact
okay,
words
so
in
the
the
third
Bible.
level, the
It's
third
almost
level
like you
when I
weren't
just read
listening.
upon that. No, when I just read upon that, right? The third level was talking about the where God dwells, right? Wasn't talking
No.
about the 7th level or anything
No,
else.
it
Yes,
doesn't
that's
say
what I
that's
just
where
read.
God. No, it doesn't say
The
that's where
highest
God
place
dwells. It
where
says-
God dwells. That's what he was referring
if
to.
you read for 2 Corinthians chapter 12, it doesn't say anything about God dwelling in the third heaven. It's just that's where paradise is located. And if you were
Where's
more
paradise? Where's
it's in the
paradise?
third. It's in the third heaven.
Okay,
God dwells
where's God?
In the seventh heaven.
Okay, where does it say that?
In the life of Adam and Eve, and in the book of
Where
First
does it say
Enoch,
that?
and in the
Where does it say
ascension
that
of
he's on the
Isaiah.
seventh level?
He's telling you if you
I've
quit
been-
talking over him.
Yes.
No, he
If you
isn't. He
clean-
just said the
if you clean
the
up-
7 days of Adam.
I'll mute him since he doesn't have any self-control.
Here are your 3 sources, and you can go look and you can go study them. The life of Adam and Eve, the ascension of Isaiah, and First Enoch all describe God as existing in the 7th heaven, which is the final layer of the heavens. And in the life of Adam and Eve, we actually have a story where after Adam has passed away, the angels are commanded by God to go to take his body to the 3rd heaven where paradise is located and to bury him there. So like this was just typical of first century Judeo-Christian like cosmology. That's all I've said. And if you want to read Paul and understand what he's saying, you have to understand like the background culture.
Okay. Once again, where are you seeing the 7 levels? You're just like 7 days.
Did you hear what he says?
You talk about yes, I did, right? But he hasn't
so
said anything about it.
We'll do this again. Dalton, go ahead and list your sources again. Listen,
the life
this
of
time.
Adam and Eve, the ascension of Isaiah, and First Enoch. I can include Hechelot as well, which is
7 levels. Where is it said about that? 7 days isn't 7 levels.
He just told you. He didn't say 7 days.
He said
Jesus
7
Christ.
levels, right? The only thing about Adam and Eve that it says is 7 days.
We're not talking about
Where's
the Bible.
Huh?
Do you not know that he just named it an extra biblical text? Do you not know the life of Adam and Eve is a Jewish apocryphal work? This guy doesn't know anything.
Okay, to sit here, to sit here and to say like, oh, the Jewish people back in the day believe this. When you you're saying that the people at Moses' time believe this, and the same people that.
I didn't
say.
Okay,
what are these writings called? What are these writings called? What are these writings called? What are these writings called?
I'll say it one more time for you. Listen very carefully. First Enoch, the life of Adam and Eve.
Enoch isn't. No.
First Enoch.
Do you think we have actual translations of actual literal physical reliable copies of Enoch?
Yes, we do.
Really?
Multiple languages.
No, we do not.
Yes,
we
do
not.
Yes, we do.
Are they all the same? Are any of them the same?
We have a Coptic translation. Mostly. We have Hebrew.
No, they don't mostly.
There's also Syriac. We've got multiple languages in the Book of Enoch.
Why were they not included in any of the books?
Actually, it's quoted in the book. It's actually quoted.
Okay,
in the
just
book
because it's quoted,
and in the Ethiopian Bible, it is canon.
Okay, the Ethiopian Bible, that's another whole different story. But just because it's quoted, right?
Early Christianity
treated
it as canonical too. In fact, Tertullian wrote a whole treatise on why it should be trusted as an authoritative canonical book.
Okay, so Tertullian, he was what? He was an apostle. He was what?
He was one of the early. This guy doesn't know shit. Do you know anything about
I know
your faith?
who Tertullian was. I know who Tertullian was. That's why I asked you that. He's not an apostle. He's not a spokesperson
What
for
millennia
God.
did he live in?
He lived in the 2nd century. He lived.
Not quite
it was
there.
like what 200, 300 years after Jesus.
Well, 200 years after Jesus.
It was somewhere around
the
there.
2nd century, but
he was the first person to talk about. To use the word,
I guess our sources don't count because they're not part of the Protestant.
No, because you're sitting here.
Of the Bible.
You're sitting here. You're sitting here, and you're trying to talk about the Bible, but then you're using the Book of Enoch, which isn't trusted by anybody. That isn't.
No, that's not
authenticated
true.
That the Jewish people themselves don't include in their own books.
Actually, they did.
Well, the Jewish people don't include the New Testament.
They did
either, so that's a dumb argument.
Before the New Testament, was it canonized by the Jewish people?
There was no.
The Dead Sea Scrolls had the Book of Enoch in it.
There was no canon prior to Jesus. The canon of the New Testament wasn't sealed until the turn of the 2nd century. The earliest formation of a canon can be tracked back to the Jamnia Council.
What is a canon?
It's a measuring stick. The problem is you don't actually know to listen. We don't have a closed Jewish canon until after Christianity already started. The canon theoretically
was the Torah.
No, it wasn't. Only if you're a Samaritan. The Samaritans only believed in the Torah. The rest of the Jews down in Judea believed in all of the Torah, the prophets, and the writings.
So you're talking about canon, right? You're talking about books that they all accept as being what they believe in and what is true.
There is no single Jewish
So you
canon.
just said that they all that the Samaritans, right? You said that they believed in only just the Torah, right? And then the other people had books that they believed too, right? Like the lesser prophets and all that.
And the Sadducees only considered the Torah to be authoritative.
Okay, and then what were the other group? The Pharisees, right?
The Jews, the Pharisees.
What books should they consider?
The Zealots.
What books should they consider?
They considered
what books should they consider?
Almost all of the Jewish writings, depending on who you ask. It was only the rabbinic Jews that sought to narrow it down later after the movement of Christianity, because Christianity saw a group of Jewish people pushing all kinds of narratives from these extra biblical texts. And that's what motivated them to actually set up a conference at the School of Jamnia to decide what are the actual limits here, guys. So prior to Jesus coming, there was no canon.
There was no canon?
No.
No.
You're really saying that right now?
Yeah.
Yes. There were several different Jewish
what books
sects,
did what
and
what books did Jesus quote from the Old Testament?
Wait, are
Well-
you about to make the claim that if Jesus didn't quote from a book, then it shouldn't be canon? So if so, rip
Did
the
I
book of
say
Esther
that?
out.
Did I say that? No, I didn't.
Well, why-
I'm just
why-
making a
why
point,
are we-
right?
Why are we
Making a
asking
bad
what books
point.
Jesus was quoting?
Because if Jesus was sitting there considering at the time, right, and if the apostles were considering certain books and they were talking about
What-
certain books, right?
Why do we
if
give a
Jesus
fuck what
read
Jesus-
scrolls from certain books?
Why do we care what Jesus said?
Why would
We're
you care
talking
what
about the
Jesus said?
Jews. Why is Jesus special? We're talking about the Jewish canon. Jesus was a heretic.
If we're gonna talk about
You
people
brought up
quoting books,
Christianity, right?
Jude doesn't
okay, no.
Jude quotes
did
At
not.
least be consistent in your argument.
I
At least
did
be
not.
consistent in your argument. You brought up You just talked about Christianity.
We're talking about
Those
the
books
Jewish
weren't
canon.
considered anything until you were talking about how
This guy's not capable
as soon as
of following it.
Christianity
He's not
started.
capable of following anything.
No,
He's not even listening.
no. You're trying to.
He has literally
you're
no
trying to
idea. Like he
goalpost.
came in concussed. Like he hit his head
Did
on the
you-
door as he
did
was
you-
opening it on the way in.
Okay. Since you want to be smart, did you or did you not just talk about how the Jewish people got together because of Christianity and they started saying what books they wanted to include, right?
Yeah,
or not?
And what was the topic when I brought
So
that up?
you brought up
and
brought
what
up
was the
Christianity.
topic when I brought it up?
I was talking about canon.
What I was talking about the Jewish canon because you brought it up. You brought up the Jewish canon, not me.
So you just admitted there was a Jewish canon. I thought there wasn't one. You just said there
No,
was.
there
you
is. There
brought it-
wasn't.
This guy's an idiot. All right. Listen, you don't have enough brain cells to be here. You got to go somewhere else.
Just like a lot of Christians, he has a very monolithic, underdeveloped understanding of what Judaism was in the first century.
Yeah.
He's like they had the Old Testament, the Protestant Old Testament. That's all they used.
To be sure, friends, I did start putting together a list of Bible passages to demonstrate that God's throne is in the skies, in the heavens. I'm going to be adding that to the cheat sheet. Look at Rob come back to cry in the comments. Rob, you're too dumb to know what cooking even is. That's why every time you get up here, you get embarrassed. Amir, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, I got a used 3D scanner for under 200. That's impressive if it's good. I'm sure you can find one too. At least borrow to scan Doug into color 3D model. So no excuses, Justin. Well, Amir, I have a friend with a good 3D scanner that I've contacted. And so I'm going to see if he can let me borrow it for a weekend and do some 3D scans of Doug so I can give them to Crystal to 3D print. So I think that's how we're going to do it. I don't want to spend a bunch of money on a 3D scanner. I'm not in engineering anymore. I don't really need one at home. When I was in engineering, we had those kind of available to us, but I just can't imagine spending the money on one for home use. Daisy, thank you for the $10 super chat, says medieval whalers traded narwhal horns as unicorn horns for healing purposes, a trade that faded once Olworm, a Danish naturalist, presented a narwhal skull in 1638. That's actually really interesting. I didn't know that because
That's why in the art the horns are always like curled like that, because the fact that it was based off narwhal horns.
Yeah. And do you know the legend of the Karen, right? There was an animal. What did they call it? I think they called it the Karen after the horn. There was an animal, according to Jewish legend, it's in the Talmud, that clung to the outside of the ark with Og the giant and survived the ark. No, it was called the Rama. Sorry. They referred to the animal as the Rama, and it was a large horned animal that somehow survived the flood. And it's a wild story. As the story goes, it was too large to fit on the ark, so they tied it to the side of the ark. It's a whole thing, but apparently his horns were so big it couldn't fit.
That's great. I'm gonna add that to my next my child's wall when I paint it.
Yes, see if you can find a depiction of the Rama. Austin, thank you for the $5 super chat. My shower thoughts. Isn't prayer an insult to God? You're asking for something he has not given because you do not trust his plan is best for you. This is actually not just a shower thought. This is a good thought. When I was a Christian, I had the same concern, which is like, listen, if I trust God, God's just going to do what he needs to. And I just have to like live with it. What the fuck am I praying for? Like, can I change God's mind? What a useless idea, right? So yeah, prayer to me was nonsensical. I'm with you. And Mo, thank you for the super chat, says, are there better resources than Gateway Lexicon and Sefaria that can show better reference to non-Septuagint Hebrew that provides better context? Yeah, there is a lot actually. So if you want a free lexicon of Hebrew, I always recommend the BDB, the Brown Driver Briggs lexicon. You can get it free PDF. You can get a cheap one online and hard copy. If you want a free or cheap Greek lexicon, the Thayer's Greek lexicon is a good choice. If you want to pay money for lexicons, and I mean big money, you need to save up like $600 or $700 and get a copy of the Hallet, the Hebrew Aramaic lexicon of the Old Testament, and then also get the BDAG Greek lexicon. And when I purchased them, I think I paid around $300 for each of them.
Wait, when you said did you mean the Re'em? As in the Auroch, the Auroch ox? Yeah, that was a real animal that went extinct.
Oh, really?
Yeah, an Aurochs. There's like actual. Here, I'll find pictures of it for you, but keep going.
Yeah. Let me know about this additional ore, or lore. I mean. All right, let me grab the BDAG. So this is a lexicon that not a lot of people know about. You can find the Hallet lexicon easy. A lot of people don't know about the BDAG lexicon, so let me throw that up real quick. So here's a copy of the BDAG, and the reason why we call it the BDAG is because it's named after the authors, and there's a bunch of them, and their names are long. Oh yeah, you got a picture of it.
Yeah, so this is the auroch. It's an extinct species of auk, and most biblical scholars think that when the Bible mentions the Re'em, which gets sometimes translated as a bit different things in the Hebrew Bible, it's referring to this extinct species of ox. It had very large horns.
I'll show you the text in the Talmud. They changed the name a little bit. In the Talmud, they've got it spelled as Rama.
Ooh, okay, yeah, 100%. You'll have to cite that for me so I can see it.
So this is the Greek-English lexicon of the New Testament and other early Christian literature, 3rd edition. It's currently on Amazon for $175. So the price has come down. To be fair, I bought mine back in 2011. So it's been a while. Price obviously came down, but they do update it. It's possible that there's a newer edition out. The 3rd might not be the latest, and the newer edition might be more expensive. But that's what you want. If you want a really, really good Greek lexicon, like a really good one, that's the guy. If you're in seminary or Bible college, they want you to own that lexicon if you have access to it. Not everyone can get access to it. I was lucky. I had my own engineering company when I was in college and seminary. I just did it, you know? Anyways, let me grab just a couple more super chats, friends, and then we'll get our next guest in here. Jennifer says, men are jinn because Ish and Ish. Jinn are made of smokeless fire. Oh,
Ish and Aish.
Yeah. I think
that's why Nikud so important.
Yes. Well, this goes back to what Dalton said. The consonants for man and for fire are the same. You need some sort of pronunciation to differentiate the two of them. But you're right. In the Quran, it says that the jinn are made from smokeless fire and that the angels are made from light, which I assume they stole from Jewish literature, if I had to guess, because they stole all their concepts from Jewish literature.
Or it's just from some sort of Arab myth that, just got caught onto the religion.
Sure.
You know that the Israeli newspapers don't have any vowel points. Yeah, screw
I've seen
that.
it. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. You just have to make it a force of habit to know how to pronounce it. Brendan says, donating to request communal pop rocks for Doug. This is a great idea. I don't know why I didn't think of this. I'm a little ashamed I haven't. So I love hearing you cook. Glad I could finally chip in something tangible. Well, thank you, Brendan. I really appreciate it. And Doug appreciates it. And I love, and I mean love, the idea of pop rocks for Doug. We got to make that a reality, friends. All right, I'm almost through with our latest super chats. Bean Dog, thank you for the super chat, my friend. Big W says the swing and chain incense is fucking killing me. Missionary in France was my first exposure to that one on Easter. I was a missionary to French Catholics. The spiritual ego trip was wild. Rock hard for like this is the funny part, Bean Dogs, is Protestants will think that they need to witness to other non-Protestant Christians because they're not real Christians. God didn't save them because they believed the wrong thing or they had the wrong theology. What a crazy religion to be a part of, where like half of your religion thinks that the other half isn't really saved. Leah Moore, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, hey, Justin, I'm not able to be there tonight to hash it out with you, but I wanted to ask one clarification question. Do you go with an A theory of time or a B theory of time? And Liam, I don't know. So I know Dr. Blitz and Ian have more firm ideas on how they think of time. I don't know if I'm A theory or B theory yet. It's not something I've spent my time worrying about, pun intended, but eventually I'll get around to that. MRG, thank you for the $20 super chat. It says, for dealing with the insufferable pompous morons. Well, thank you, MRG. And trust me, we've had some wild ones tonight. I don't know if there's something in the water, maybe some pre-rapture hallucinations going on. Hi, Lily. Thank you so much for the $20 super thanks. I super appreciate that. And Randy, thank you for sending out 10 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. That is a huge W, my friend. And Carissa with 5 more. Big W, Charissa. And Noco with 5 more as well. Big W. Hey, those are all people that have the cheat sheet now, and we can presume are safe from the rapture on the 6th, apparently. And last super chat for now, Andrew Moore, thank you so much for the $10 super chat, says, the gall to come on someone else's live and act like this, unbelievable. And the education call out was beautiful. You could smell his brain short circuit. What a doofus. Keep cooking, DZ. I know. I'll never understand where this level of unearned confidence comes from. Like, did their mother tell them that they were really smart too many times? Like, what's happening? What's the situation? All right, let me grab our next in line.
Oh, hi, Doug. You know,
Welcome
this
in,
is the
Jenny.
second. Hi, Doug. So listen, I don't know why I'm feeling so melancholy tonight. But I'm listening to the conversation, and you're very funny, and you're so bright.
I
But
appreciate that.
answer me this question: why is it?
42. Sorry, I got
Why is it
excited.
that I feel sad sometimes that there's no God? I've been deconstructing since the beginning of this year, and somebody said, "Oh boy," and there's evidence that you're right, I am right, because I read the Bible and all that good stuff. And it seems like bad people are gonna get away with really bad things. Why
Yeah.
why am I so heartbroken that there is no God?
Well, I think for you, it probably depends on what God represents for you. So one of the things that was heartbreaking for me when I came to atheism was the idea that I wasn't going to see my loved ones anymore. I'm never going to be reunited with my father. I'm never going to see my siblings again. And I'm not going to get to live forever. And that's like when you're new to that idea, it's very depressing because when you're raised thinking I'm going to see, hey, my family's not gone. I'll see them again. I don't have to die. My time's not limited. I'll get to live forever with them. Right. That's a really depressing thing to go from that worldview to the atheistic worldview. Now, the reality is, that was a long time ago for me, and you get over it. It's just like you go through your stages of grief, and then
Well,
eventually you move on.
yes. Most days I've gotten over it, and I watch. There's a documentary on Netflix I just watched. I watched it like maybe 3 times. Cosmos, about the James Webb Telescope and the adventures and the Hubble and the trials and tribulations and the very smart people who put it together. And I'm like, yeah, there's evidence, and people like you who went to seminary and studied extra biblical works and all that good stuff. I just like, man, what a shame.
I
What
could
a
have studied
shame.
something useful, but listen, the way I think about it is all that money and time spent in Bible college and seminary, I can use now to like move people out of this toxic religion.
Yeah, it is. It is toxic. I know it is, and it's maybe because I worked a 12-hour shift. I'm a nurse, so I just came home half an hour ago. Maybe I'm
That's a tough
tired.
job. You're tougher than I am.
Yeah.
I just skipped ahead of the line.
Yeah, that's a tough life, Jetty. You're really doing the hard
Yeah.
work.
Thanks. So yeah. So yeah, that's all. But I'm
Yeah,
gonna be back tomorrow.
sometimes it helps just to talk to somebody too. You know, sometimes it when you're upset, it just helps to vent, and you're allowed to do that.
Yeah. Don't you ever miss the concept of God? You?
I miss the idea, like the idea that there's something more powerful than you that's looking out for you, that has your best interest in mind. But once I
Right.
realized that this is just me wishing that I had a parent that was still alive, that's just really all that is. We're so programmed through evolution to be bonded with a parent that it just never, for most people, it never goes away.
Yes. Yes. You're right. Anyway, thank you, God. But
Yeah.
I'll
Well, best
just
wishes,
yeah.
Jenny. I hope
I'll just
I
slink
hope you
away
get
and
some
lick
rest.
away. Yes, thank you very
Join the
much.
Discord. If you're not in the Discord yet, join the Discord. There's a bunch of people in there going through the
Yeah.
process.
Yes, I might. Okay. Thank you, Doug. Bye bye.
All right.
Good night.
Cheers, friend. Well, W Jenny looks like she's doing the deconstruction work. She's doing her best. All right, we're gonna grab Zeph from the queue. Meg, thank you for the super chat, by the way. I just saw this. It says, I didn't imbibe enough margarita for some of these people. I'm with you. I don't have any Kraken tonight. Some of these people would have been much tolerable with some Kraken. Oh, they dropped. Okay, well, Logical says, I can explain it to you a million times, but I cannot understand it for you. Oh, such a good quote. I haven't used that before, but I need to remember it and lock it in. That's a good one. All right, let's get Kurgo in here next. Somebody will connect.
Hey,
How you doing, Kurgo?
hey, good. Just a friendly, gonna say one real quick thing about the re'em is the word that is translated as unicorn throughout the Bible. I'm pretty sure every time you'd see unicorn, that is the Hebrew word re'em, and it every like half the time it'll talk about its horns plural. So this was
Yeah.
like he was saying it's either an auric or an Oryx, which sounds the same but spelled differently. Oryx, still alive. It's like a antelope looking thing. Still lives in Israel and all that.
Yeah, it was the translators of the Septuagint who just
Yes.
mistakenly thought the Re'em referred to a single horde creature.
Yeah.
And thus they translate it mono something, whatever like the word for corn is.
Monoatomic.
Yeah.
That was a good callback here. Oh my
All right,
god.
peace.
Cheers, friend.
Thank you so much. Yes.
All right, let me
By the way,
grab you.
I found the story
Why don't we
you
grab-
talked about the
Yes.
ark and the Rhema.
In
It does say
Devakim.
Rhema. Yeah,
Yeah.
but it seems like it's not in the text. It's like the commentary part of the text. It's not actually in the actual.
My understanding is that
Which-
in this translation, in the William Davidson Talmud translation, the
The
items
bold
that
stuff is the Hebrew.
yeah, the bold
Yeah.
is the Hebrew, but this is in italics, and I don't know what italics means for the Rhema.
Yeah.
So I haven't
figure
gone
it out.
through the. I have to go to the beginning of the book, and oh, here it is, right here, the Rhema.
Oh, which paragraph is that?
It's going to be in paragraph 7.
Fantastic. I'm going to be looking into this much later for sure. Yeah.
It's a
I'm gonna
fun
be
little piece
deep
of like
diving.
a flood
Myth.
lore. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's a good one. All right, we're gonna get Captain Crunch into the conversation. How you doing, Captain Crunch?
Hey, Justin. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Cool.
Hey, I'm kind
Typ-
of new to the channel. Just kind of
Okay.
figuring out what you guys do.
Well, we debate people that believe in God. Do you believe in God?
I do believe in God. Yeah.
Cool.
Um,
Cool. And which one?
I'm not great at debating, to be honest. I didn't go to seminary. I read your. Obviously, you did.
I didn't, so
Uh,
you're fine, dude.
okay, cool. Only
Yeah.
1 out of 3. Yeah. So on the screen it says God is imaginary. Prove me wrong. And I've heard you ask other people, what's your main point for God? Is that how this normally starts? I don't know how to
Well,
start the conversation. Sorry.
typically I ask people to present their best evidence or their best argument for whichever God they believe in. Now, obviously,
Mhm.
after you get through the first one, you can do more, but typically people never get through the first one.
Yeah, sure. I mean, is it fair to break them up like that? Like you only get one, and if that one isn't rock solid, then you don't get another point, or
No,
are
just
they somewhat cumulative?
no, I'm just saying that you can bring multiple arguments. We just can only do one at a time. Like we can't discuss 3 arguments at once.
Yeah. No, I agree.
Mhm.
I don't want to try to do. I can't even do one at a time.
I know, right?
But
That's enough.
yeah, for sure, for sure. So one that makes a lot of sense to me. I'd be interested in your thoughts. Is Chuck Colson's point about Watergate and how all the the people that conspired for Watergate gave that up within 2 weeks, and they no longer held to their lie.
I see what you're
And
saying.
the correlate
The
with
apostles.
Jesus, the apostles, that it's very unlikely that they were lying. Now, could they be
Well,
mistaken? Yeah.
we don't even know what they said. They didn't write us anything.
Yeah.
They didn't write us anything.
I mean, the closest you can point to is maybe Peter.
Okay.
Could
Not
it
John?
possibly be Captain Crunch? Could it possibly
Because
be Captain
John
Crunch?
wasn't martyred. I'm sorry, I was talking. I didn't hear you. Can you say that again?
What if it was simply a matter that after Jesus' death, a few of his followers had bereavement hallucinations where they hallucinated Jesus? They wouldn't have to lie. They would just honestly believe that they had seen Jesus after he had died. So they would be sincere. They would just be sincerely mistaken.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, to be clear, we
Um,
don't believe that the disciples made it up. I personally don't even know what the disciples believed, being that they didn't leave us any writings. We have no way of knowing what they believed. But like, it seems like this resurrection happened about like all other resurrections around that time period, where somebody claimed to have resurrected, and then people claimed that there was an appearance. My favorite example is typically either Nero or Aristeas. Both of them were pretty famously resurrected. Aristeas before Nero. Nero came later, and people claimed to witness them. A whole multitude of people claimed to witness them. So much so that the Roman historians wrote about it.
okay. And people then gave their life to it, or what was the difference with Jesus?
Actually, yeah, for Aristeas and for Nero, people were willing to give their life. Aristeas started its own cult. They put a statue of Aristeas up next to the statue of Apollo, and then in the resurrection of Nero, he actually convinced the Parthian military leader to make war against Rome. Now it's unclear if the rebellion that he started ever got carried through or if it fell through. But the military, and under the leadership of the military general, had for sure made preparations to have some sort of rebellion against Rome, thinking that Nero is resurrected from the dead and he's going to fix everything for us.
Gotcha. Well, I'm honest. I'm completely unaware of all that. So the contention would basically be that Chuck Colson's point doesn't really matter.
Nah, not really.
Okay. Can you explain more about? Oh, go ahead.
I would say it does. We don't have any good reason to think that Jesus did resurrect from the dead, but we also don't have any good reason to think the disciples were lying. They really thought they saw Jesus after he died. They were just, but as far as we can tell, they may have just been hallucinating. Paul himself says that his experience of Jesus was a visionary experience.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Paul's was definitely different than the others. I'm having trouble following. I'm not sure you guys are on the same track. So Justin, you said that we don't have the testimony from any of the apostles.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, like, if the apostles wrote a bunch of stuff for us, and then we had extra biblical evidence showing how they died, then I'd be like, oh, these guys really believed it, and they became martyrs. But we don't have those writings on either side, so we don't really know what they did. We have texts that came way later making claims about what happened, but I'm also not sure that martyrdom matters because, like, famously, Joseph Smith and his brother Hiram were martyred, and obviously we know that Joseph Smith entirely fabricated Mormonism from his educational background.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean that's kind of when you get to a single guy, then you lean heavily on mental illness or whatever. I'm not sure how many of the apostles were martyred.
Right.
I know it's probably been exaggerated how many it is, and like you said, we don't have great evidence.
I think
how many do you think
James
were martyred?
Well, James, the son of Zebedee, gets murdered in the actual book of Acts. So we know that he according to Acts, he got taken out.
According to Acts,
Stephen,
would you say you believe the book of Acts?
I mean, I don't
As
believe the
a
book of
historical
Acts.
document?
I don't think it's a good historical document. Personally, we're talking about historicity. I would believe the letters of Paul over the book of Acts. There's contradictions between Paul and the book of Acts that make me believe that who's ever writing the book of Acts wasn't really there.
I would say that personally, I think that First Clement, this is just my opinion, it was written around the 60s of the first century, First Clement, and it does attest to the death of Peter and Paul, but it doesn't say anything about their deaths, like how they happened or anything like that, just that they were martyred. So we don't really have any, like all the martyrdom stories, that's like hundreds of years later, traditions from the church.
Yeah. So then what would you say about Peter? That he falls into the same category as Joseph Smith?
Yeah, I would
he had
say
a hallucination. Yeah, he had a hallucination where he saw his dead rabbi, genuinely believed that he had been resurrected from the dead, and he was willing to die as a result.
Or either he had hallucination or there was imposter. And we have good evidence that there were imposters of dead people at that time. There were 6 of them of the resurrected Nero. There was an impostor of Zelmoxis. He was a disciple of Pythagoras. And then we know even in the book of Mark, if you go to Mark chapter 13, I believe, it's in the other Gospels too, but I like the one in Mark. It's concise. Jesus just outright tells you that there is verse 6, many will come in my name and say that I am he, and they will lead many astray. Like, there's no good reason to include that in the book of Mark unless people need to be warned that, hey, there's people who are pretending to be the resurrected Jesus. Don't be fooled by them.
And you think that he was talking about at that time or over the next 2,000 years, or I don't know.
No,
I missed your point. I'm sorry.
Well, I think Jesus is talking about at that time because Jesus famously in Matthew 10, Matthew 16, and Matthew 24 said that he was coming back within a generation. Like, Jesus expected his second coming to be any day, which is why in Paul's letters, you find that Paul keeps saying that the end is nigh. In fact, the book of Hebrews says it as well. It says that it's coming very soon. Revelation 22 says that he's coming back very soon. Everything in the New Testament would lead one to believe that Jesus and his followers thought he was coming back any day now before all of the disciples die.
Yeah. And until they saw the bigger picture, I mean, wouldn't you have said that when Jesus said, hey, I'm going to destroy this temple and in 3 days raise it, they didn't understand what he was saying there as well?
Well, I'm not convinced
Jesus
he
probably
actually
didn't
said
say
it. Yeah, I mean, if he did, we wouldn't have anyone to know. Part of the problem The problem we have with the Gospels is that they were written so much after Jesus that we're relying on typically memory. And so, for example, if someone told me a story of something that happened 100 years ago, I could believe you that the general parameters of that story is true. Like if you said there was a guy, he was a leader of a military, he crossed this river and then he beat the British over here. I'm like, yeah, that's believable. There probably was such a thing, right? But if then you say, and then also a guy that lived 100 years later documented his speech, like, whoa, hold on now. I know a lot about oral traditions, and I know one thing. No one's going to remember a speech 10, 15, or even 20 years later. Like the idea that the Sermon on the Mount happened, and like we have these private prayers of Jesus in John 17, and we have private conversations with him and Pilate. Like we have all these private conversations of Jesus and all these speeches of Jesus that are recorded way decades after he died. I'm not inclined to believe that he said most of the things that are attributed to him. And we see the same thing in today's age. How many times have you heard someone attribute a saying to Einstein that Einstein never said?
Yeah, I don't know. Probably a lot. I would trust you that it's a lot. However, the difference being with the Bible is it claims to be the inspired word of God, and that the Holy Spirit would have. Yeah, okay, it doesn't.
Well, 2 Timothy 3:16 says that all scripture is theopneustos, and as to what exactly that means is debated, but even then, like when the author of 2 Timothy says all scripture or every scripture which is theopneustos is profitable for, it doesn't give you a list of what is considered scripture. Like, did the author think that the Gospels were scripture, or was he just talking about the Hebrew Bible? Like that's it's people make a what's the word? What's the saying? A whole a hill out of molehill out of an anthill.
A mountain out of a molehill.
Thank you. And people make a mountain out of a molehill from that one verse from Paul.
Right. Yeah. But I mean, if there was a singular God that wrote the whole Bible, then he would have the perspective to be able to say that, because he knew that it would all be canonized together.
Well, that could be true, but it's also true that he wouldn't contradict himself, and he contradicts himself all over the place, which would lead me to believe that he's not verbally inspiring the authors.
Yeah, I've listened to you a couple times go down a few of those rabbit holes.
Yeah, but like
I'm not
even
prepared. I'm not prepared as well as you on that for sure.
yeah, that's fine. But think about even like there's a disagreement between Paul and the apostles. So it says in Galatians that he met with the disciples in Jerusalem and that they didn't make any demands of him. But if you go to that meeting in Acts chapter 15, they did. They issued at least 4 different demands that he needed to give to the Gentile church. And so like Paul and Acts, when you try to align them, there's so many disagreements. I'm like, if I have to pick one of them as trustworthy, I'm more than likely going to pick the letters of Paul, because they're occasional letters. They're not written, they don't appear to be written as a narrative. They appear to actually be legitimate letters, some of them, not all of them. And so when I look at the Gospels, I'm looking at the Gospels and said, this looks like mythology to me, right?
Okay.
Like it reads like Roman mythology, like even like Roman history includes mythology quite often. So for example, if you read Life of the 12 Caesars, you'll find mythical claims in that text. It's a historical text, but Suetonius includes all kinds of mythological stuff in the text because for them, it wasn't mythology. For them, that was reality. And we find the same thing in the Gospels. They're telling a historical narrative, and it includes all this mythology that like most normal people would be like, oh yeah, well, if we read it in the Quran, we'd call it mythology. If we read it in the Romans, we'd call it mythology. But when we read it in the Bible, we're like, no, it's history. The reality is, like, I'm treating the mythology of the Gospels the same way as the mythology of everybody else.
Mm-hmm. And just maybe this isn't something you want to talk about here. That was not your previous position. You used to believe it as truth.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Both of you. Okay.
I think one of the difficult things for me wasn't just that I studied the Old Testament and it turned out that Jesus could not be the Messiah, given what the Old Testament says. But the other thing was when I started reading the extra biblical literature. I started to engage in the Hittite corpus, the Babylonian corpus, the Assyrian corpus, Egyptian corpus. What I've discovered is like the stuff in the Bible is not even unique. Like the idea that you needed to give a certain number of sacrifices for a festival, or a particular sacrifice for a sin, and like the scapegoat festival in Leviticus 16. Well, we had the Assyrian version of the Hittites, and the Assyrians already had their own ritual where they would take an animal or two animals and they would sacrifice one and then send the sins away on the other. In the Assyrian version, it's only one animal, but what they do is they split the animal. They put the sins on part of the animal and they sacrifice it, and then they take the other sins and they put it on like the carcass, and then they have a man dedicated to carrying it out into the desert and dumping it in the desert. But the idea is the same. Like the ancients just thought that sin was like a contagion, and that you needed to get rid of it. And the way you get rid of it is by using the blood of animals, because all blood and all wind comes from God. So it's a divine purifying agent by using the blood. That's why in all the Mesopotamian mythology, human beings and animals are given the blood of the gods and the breath of the god, like we see in the Bible. And so you can use the blood of the god as a tangible detergent for this sin that spreads and defiles the temple, defiles the altar. And then now that you've got this dead carcass, you can transmit what's left of your corporate sin onto the dead animal and get rid of it. Like, these are just things that people believed. So when I read it in the Bible, I'm like, yeah, it's just Bronze Age, like woo-woo. That's all it is. There's actually really one fun one in the Hittite literature where they sacrifice a human being in the same manner. It's wild.
And you would presume that they actually did that.
Oh, they did, yeah. They had.
It wasn't. When you say literature, you don't mean just like, oh, this was like a fun story.
No, it's not a fun story. These are like actual instructions for the palace personnel.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm way out of my league. I've never read any of that stuff. I probably never will.
It's okay. I mean, I only did because I went to school, and I was like, okay, well, this is my major in school. Like, I probably would have got around to reading some of it eventually, but the reality is, I didn't know that a lot of it was there until I got into school. Since I got into school, then they open up the doors. Well, look, if you want to know how the Old Testament works, you need to know the context. If you want to know the context, you've got to read the literature of the time period from all the surrounding peoples. And so that's what we did.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on there, bud.
There's a lot going on there. Yeah, I'm definitely not gonna wrap my mind around it tonight, but
it's okay.
I see what you're saying. I honestly have no idea about where would you place when the Gospels were written? Because you said 100 years later was your.
So that's a good question. I was being a little heavy-handed there. I actually think Mark was written just after the destruction of the temple in 70. I would put it like 72, 73. I think the other Gospels obviously came later, being that they copied from Mark, and for other reasons. The situation that they're describing seems to be, they're like concerned about setting up like actual churches and organizing stuff. But anyways, if Mark is the earliest and he wrote about 70 or so, and the others came after it, you could say maybe late 70s. And then John, I think, came way last. In fact, I think John was being edited probably into the 90s. I think the fact that John has so much in it that already contains like ritualistic ideas. Like there's a ritualistic idea of baptism within the Gospel of John. Like salvation requires baptism and repentance. This type of ritualization didn't really exist yet in the other Gospels. It was developed later, once the formation of the church already happened, and they already started to debate on like, okay, well, according to what we know, what do you have to do? What are the requirements to actually be saved? And so you don't expect to find these types of hierarchies developing early. They usually develop late.
Late.
In fact, actually, there's actually a really good book called Dating Acts by Richard I. Pervo, And he actually suggests that Luke may have been written as late as the early 2nd century.
Yeah, actually, Jaron believes the same thing.
What would
Sorry.
you say to people that say that the first Gospels were written in the 50s?
Well, we don't have evidence for it. So the reality is, we don't have a good reason to believe that they were written in the 50s. I'm familiar with the claim that typically they're written in the late 60s, but that's only if you think Paul wrote in the 50s and then in the early 60s and not in the late 60s, because it's clear that Paul's not aware of the gospel writings. He has no idea that they exist. He doesn't quote from them. He doesn't utilize them. He doesn't make mention of them. So it seems like Paul's writings probably came first. And then after that, maybe we've got the Gospels and then some of the later books like Peter, 2nd Peter, 1st, 2nd, 3rd John, James.
Yeah. If, for example, you were to follow around a really good friend for 3 years, some of his most formative things, and then he was murdered or killed or
But why are
whatever,
we?
or he died.
The question is, why are we saying 3 years? Like that's assuming that the Gospels are true.
Correct.
Like
I need to
we
base
don't have any
myself off
actual
the same.
idea. Yeah, I mean, we don't have any actual idea about how long Peter and them actually followed Jesus or how close they were to him. We don't have any of that.
Right. So if we're not going to take their testimony as true, I mean, it can't. You can't
That's not
try
their
to say
testimony,
that the
though.
book is true and then not even take its claims as valid.
Well, the Gospels aren't their testimonies.
Then whose are
We
they?
don't know who wrote they're anonymous. We don't know who wrote the Gospels.
Right.
To be sure, if Matthew was a follower of Jesus, it doesn't make very much sense for him to be copying almost word from word from the Gospel of Mark, who wasn't a follower of Jesus.
Yeah, he copies his own conversion story from Mark. Why would he do that?
Yeah, I don't know. I've heard of the Q document, or that they both had a common origin rather than one copying off each other.
Well, the Q document is just another document that they copied from. Specifically, the common material between Luke and Matthew is considered to come from the Q document.
Okay.
So
but you're talking about other parts. Oh, go ahead.
Well, I'm saying there's common material between Luke and Matthew that comes from Mark. We can see it's copied from Mark, but there's common material between Luke and Matthew that doesn't come from Mark. And so they're positing that common material came from another document that we no longer have.
Okay. All right. A little bit of a tangent from where my question was going, though. So,
yeah, but you've been nice. So, I mean, when people come up here and they're nice, I kind of let them do the tangents.
All right. No, I'm trying to get back onto what I was getting at. So as we went off on, maybe this is longer, maybe it's 7 years later, but let's say, for example, you had a very significant event in your life. Your best friend died. That, for example, would you not remember that very clearly years later, decades later?
Yeah, but you wouldn't remember the speech, like the words that he told you at random times in your life. Like, for example, I've got a lot of memories of my dad, but the reality is, like, the things I remember him saying are like one or two sentences at a time. I could never recreate a full conversation that we had or a full speech that he ever gave me, and I know that he did.
Yeah. And that's where the Holy Spirit would come in as part of writing the Bible, right? That they would remind them of that.
Well, that's the key, right? Is they say, well, the Holy Spirit inspired them to write the words, but the reality is, if the Holy Spirit inspired it, then it wouldn't have all the contradictions.
Yeah. Oh boy. Like the Holy Spirit can't decide whether or not Jesus was born before the death of King Herod the Great or during the census of Quirinius, or which are 10 years apart.
Yeah, what were those two? That was two different gospels that say that.
Yeah, Matthew.
Matthew says Jesus was born before the death of King Herod the Great, who died around 4 BCE. And Luke says he was born during the census of Quirinius, which took place in 6 CE, 10 years later.
Okay, and that just so I know where to go look at this stuff. Where's that recorded?
Josephus, Antiquities.
Okay.
Yeah, the timeline is in Josephus. He's not the only one that gives a timeline. He's just the easiest one to turn to for the timeline. But the timeline's pretty well known. We know that Quirinius became governor of the region in about 6 CE. So he couldn't have been giving a census prior to becoming governor.
Okay. Yeah.
And like
I'll look into it. I don't know.
Yeah, Matthew and Luke disagree on quite a few things. Like they don't agree on what happened immediately after the birth. In one story, he goes, like in Matthew, he goes into Egypt, and then in the other story, he's born, he goes to Jerusalem, then he goes to Nazareth. He's not in Egypt at all. And then like Matthew can't even, like Matthew, you would think of all the gospel authors could at least figure out the genealogy bit, but Matthew screws up the genealogy of Jesus too. For example, he can't count either, which is another problem, but he missed an entire group of people. So we've got between where's Jotham in here? He's missing.
It would be next to Ahaz.
There he is.
There it is.
Jotham.
Uzziah, Jotham.
Yeah, between Uzziah and Joram, there's like 3 individuals between Joram and Uzziah. He just cut them out completely, and then he has the gall later in the chapter to say that there was 14 generations from the deportation to between all these divisions, from Abraham to David, 14 generations, from David to the deportation, 14 generations. Well, if you add in the 3 missing people, you get 14 plus 3. So he just miscounted. And then if you add in the last section from the deportation to Jesus, there's only 13 generations. Like Matthew's just kind of a goof.
If you count
mention it's completely different.
It's only 13 if you count the actual what he said.
Yeah.
And then the other one you're saying there is 17, but he only wrote 14 of them.
He only wrote 14 of them, yep. But there's actually 17.
Okay.
There's more problems, but we don't have to worry about that now.
Yeah.
Probably a
Gives me
whole
some
book
stuff
could
to
be
look
written
into.
just on the differences between the 2 nativity scenes. Sarah says hi, by the way, Justin.
Oh, hi, Sarah. Where is she? Oh, she's in the comments.
In the comments.
Hey, Sarah. I didn't even see that. Good to see you.
She had to head out.
And she gone. Okay. So what's your thought here, Captain Crunch? What you thinking about?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, probably about how I thought it was going to go. I felt like I wanted to talk to you guys about it, but also felt ill-equipped. So it gives me some things to go look back at. You know, I knew it wasn't going to be a debate. You, from your bio, says you do this 3 times a week, and they look like 4, 5, 6 hour long things. So you're doing this a lot, and I'm working a different job, you know, thinking about something else all day.
I've got the head start for sure. Like to be sure, like anyone who comes up here to debate is already at a disadvantage because this is what I do. This is like my profession right now.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
You know.
But you were respectful, so appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for coming up and being nice to talk to. You know, like I said, as long as the guest is respectful, we're respectful. If they come up here being pompous, they're going to get treated like children, you know?
Cool.
All right, have a good one. Best of luck.
Have a great night, fellas. Yep.
Cheers, buddy.
See ya.
All right, Justin. So here's the deal. The Auroch, I'm going back to this, was like 6 or I figured it out while y'all were talking. The Auroch was like 6 or 7 feet tall, which was huge. But by the time that the rabbis were writing, it was already extinct in the Levant. It only existed in Europe, so they'd never seen it. So like Goliath, like they got bigger and bigger as the story. So it was this massive creature, and Rama is just the Aramaic form of Rem. So there you go.
That makes a lot of sense. Okay. That's nicely buttoned up. Welcome in, Sarah.
Hey, what are you guys doing?
Well, we just had a conversation with a nice believer, and
Oh,
so
that's good. I like those.
I know we had a palate cleanser. So
That's good. What were his arguments?
well, I think he wanted to go to biblical historicity.
Oh, that's not a good one.
No,
Testimony of the apostles.
Yeah, I bet he didn't win that one.
But, well, you know what? He didn't come up to really. He wanted to have a level discussion, and I think he had a level discussion. I think he was really nice, actually.
That's nice.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
lovely.
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, he's like a palate cleanser. We don't get that too often.
Oh, well, how wonderful.
Guys, before I move forward, make sure if you're not following Dalton or Sarah yet on TikTok or on YouTube that you do so. Sarah, you're getting pretty close to 10,000 followers.
Well, I'm at 8,000 on YouTube. Woo-hoo.
Right. So we're getting there. Well, on TikTok, you've got a bunch. You're almost at 40,000, right?
I guess so, yeah.
Crushing
Guys, I am at a raging 60 something followers, so watch out. I'll catch up pretty soon.
You'll be coming, don't worry.
Crushing it.
All right, well, I've got time for one more guest. Sarah, you want to do a guest with Dalton and I?
Okay. You only have time. What? It's Friday. What are you doing?
I know. I have to wake up early. I've got a wedding rehearsal in the morning, and then
That's right.
Sunday I've got the real thing, and I can't screw anything up. I'm officiating the wedding, and my family will never let it down if I'm late or I screw something up.
Will you have time to video chat with me tomorrow about the thing?
After.
All right. That's fantastic. That's fine.
But yeah, I've got to be up early tomorrow morning, unfortunately.
Do you guys want to see a really cute dog?
Yes.
This is Chesney.
Oh,
he's like a Muppet. Hi.
What a cutie patootie.
He's such a cutie pie.
All right, let's get Deadest Soul from the queue.
Oh, we're ready.
Hello.
Welcome, Deadest Soul.
Well, my name is actually Michael, but it was just a cheap name I could pop up there real quick. So,
fair enough.
It says right here that your God is imaginary, and to prove you wrong, right?
Yeah, who's your God?
What do you believe in?
Who's your God?
Well, to be frank, I'm not. I don't really believe in much except what I can understand and what I can prove, and sometimes not what I can just prove, but what makes the most sense to me. And what makes the most sense to me isn't always make the most sense to others. But I've got a belief that the world runs on technology, and I mean that's kind of true. And I believe that God is just a very, very large supercomputer. But that's just my opinion.
Okay, well, welcome to atheism. Get the next one.
No, not Leia. Go.
Oh, do you know this person?
No, I know the name though. Anyone who's in the comment section knows where the name Leia Goaty comes from. Give me a 1 in the comment section.
Oh, I can only see where it says Leah. I don't know anything. I can't see anything else.
I'm too boomer to know. I don't know.
It's
Leia
an
Goaty,
actress.
welcome in. Oh, okay. I assume this is not a verified account.
Mainstream actress.
Yeah. Leia, how you doing? Do you request up here by accident? Hello? Do you know you're up here right now?
Uh-oh.
No? Okay. Well, bye.
Yeah, probably good that you remove them. They might start. I mean, I'm suspicious they might start blaring corn on your because
That's
no.
people have tried that before.
That's who Leia. That's who Leia Gotti is, by the way. So just so I was suspicious.
Oh, that makes sense. It's a corn actor.
Justin, we're
Yeah.
both too innocent to know.
I don't know. I don't know these people. To be clear, I famously complain about the corn
Oh.
industry because you can't engage with it without running into violence, and I'm nonviolent, so it's just one of those. It's one of those pet peeves.
There you go.
Welcome back, Mocha. Mocha, you got an echo through your microphone, though. I think it's because your connection is bad. Do you have Wi-Fi?
How's that?
Maybe. Let me see if I'm still echoing.
Oh man,
It seems okay. Your connection's still slow, but I think it's working.
is that good?
I think so. No.
Okay.
Mocha,
I'm gonna try not to talk over you. So
I love you, buddy. You got to get a better connection.
Man, I must be a bad luck charm.
Nah, we've had some bad connections tonight. It's because the rapture's almost near. It's happening on the 6th now. Tad, welcome in. Are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yeah, I'm 30. And I don't know actually.
Oh.
But I do have a question for you.
Well, we are debating. This is a debate.
I understand. I watch your channel a lot, and I really like your work. But I just have a question for you, if that's okay.
Well, I appreciate you being here, but we're doing debates, okay? I got time for one more.
Okay. All right. Well,
DM me. I'll answer your question over DM, okay?
all right. We'll do.
See you, man. I will never understand why people can't follow boundaries.
Oh,
Because
here
they
we
love
go.
you.
Probably not the case.
Hello,
Well,
hello, Justin. Hello, Sarah. Good to see
welcome
you
back,
here.
Goat.
Yeah, it's good to be back. So,
Goat, did you do that research you said you were going to do yesterday?
time I have been here. What? What happened, Justin?
Yesterday you came on my live and said you were going to look into messianic prophecies.
Well, yeah, not specifically on that issue. And the other issue that I have been discussing with Justin for we have discussed about the Trinity. My
Oh, for
main thing
goodness sake.
here.
You come back
yeah,
to get
sorry.
You come back
What?
to get cornered on the Trinity again?
Well, I never get tired of defending it.
You've never defended it once successfully.
Well, let me try once again, bro. Okay. So, let me get to this once again.
But to be clear, just to verify, you didn't look into the topic of the prophecies yet.
No, that's specifically, unfortunately, not because my current readings are on the Trinity, unfortunately.
Okay, so Jesus didn't fulfill a single messianic prophecy, but somehow you know he's still a Trinity. That's cool.
Okay, I had to get into that later, bro. Not everybody. I don't have as much time as you. I also have to go to college.
I know. All right, tell me your new way of explaining the Trinity that isn't breaking the laws of logic.
Well, okay, just because I had curiosity of one other thing you said. Just say that all of the coherent views on the Trinity had been deemed heretical. Did you say that right?
Yeah, I think all the coherent ideas of the Trinity have been deemed heretical. I think partialism would be better.
Partialism? What will that even be?
It means that God has parts. Jesus is a part of God, the Spirit is a part of God, and the Father is a part of God. 3 parts.
What do you mean by part?
A part. Just like a part of my screwdriver is this removable tip.
Like
This
a
is part of my...
pie.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
is your argument that basically the only the most coherent model is basically that they are separable pieces of things?
Well, they could be 3 different gods. That'd be coherent too. You have a trinity of 3 gods.
So, one of your objection goes like the Father is God, the Son is God, therefore the Father should be the Son on the logic, right?
If identity matters, yeah. If the law of identity actually works, then yes. If the
Do you
Father
think?
is God and the Son is God, that means the Son is the Father, or there's two gods.
Do you think that denying that the Father is God is an absolute statement will be heretical according to Orthodox Trinitarianism?
Yeah, denying that the Father is God would be
Absolutely, in the
would
absolute
be
sense.
incredibly heretical.
So, do you think that if I say the Father is not identical absolutely to God, do you think that will be heretical according to Orthodox Trinitarianism? Yes.
Yeah, the
Would
Father
you bet
must
that?
be identical to God.
Would you bet that?
No, I'm not an Orthodox. I'm talking about like the actual theology of the Trinity. Is
No,
God
yeah,
the
but
Father? Is the Father 100% God?
well, let's read what a doctor of the Catholic Church. You know that these guys are supposed to be Orthodox, right?
Right,
Especially,
but I need you to actually answer my question. Is the Father 100% God?
by what you mean by that, no, and that is actually Orthodox.
So God has
You,
parts.
you want me to prove it to you
So God
that
has
it is
parts?
Orthodox?
Does God have parts?
I really do not know what exactly you mean by that, but if you mean like really distinct things, yes, I guess so.
Mocha
Okay,
says
so
he went outside and has a better connection. I don't know if that's
sounds about right.
interesting to you or not.
What? Sorry. Okay, let me.
So
About yes.
doesn't Orthodoxy teach that the three parts of the Trinity are co-equal?
Yes, they are all equal, co-equal.
No, co-equal.
Co-equal, yes.
What do you think co-equal means?
They both are equally omnipotent, omniscient, are loving, are good, etc.
Is Jesus omnipotent?
Is Jesus? Yes.
No.
Why not?
He's not omnipotent. He's not omnipresent for sure.
When you say Jesus, do you mean just the second person of the Trinity?
Second person, third person, whatever you want to call him.
He's the second person.
He's a part of the Trinity, and he's certainly not omnipresent.
Well, his human nature certainly is not omnipresent, but his divine nature is.
His divine nature is not. He has a body.
Why not?
According to Paul, in 1 Corinthians 15, he has a body.
Yes, Jesus has a body, but that's his human nature.
No, he has a different body in heaven or in the sky.
What do you mean a different?
He's given a spiritual body in 1 Corinthians 15. Do you know about this?
And 1 Corinthians 15, I mean, that spiritual body is just the fleshy body that he had, but risen.
No, it's not actually.
Hold on, guys. Are you guys taking the position that like
Paul specifically said the body which is laid down is not the body which is raised.
Yep.
Where exactly does it say that? And why? I want to see that.
I know. I love these Orthodox believers. They have no idea what the Bible actually says. Okay. It says, as for what, we'll start at the beginning. Some will ask, how are the dead raised? With what kind of body do they come? Fool, what you sow does not come to life unless it dies. As for what you sow, you do not sow the body that is, to be, but a bare seed, perhaps of wheat or some other grain. But God gives it a body, as he has chosen to each kind of seed its own body. Not all flesh is alike. There is one flesh for humans, and another flesh for animal, and another flesh for birds, and another flesh for fish. There are both heavenly bodies and earthly bodies, but the glory of the heavenly is one thing, and that of the earthly is another. There is one glory of the sun, and another glory of the moon, so on and so forth. So it is with the resurrection of the dead. What is sown is perishable, what is raised is imperishable. He's saying you have an imperishable spiritual body. If there is a physical body, there is also a spiritual body. Verse 44.
Okay, so your argument is basically that according to Paul, Jesus only spiritually rose?
He has a spiritual body, is what I'm saying.
Interesting. I actually had heard that argument, and recently there was a book just on that issue, which will be it's a defense that the creed on First Corinthians 15 actually refers to a physical resurrection, not a merely spiritual one.
I mean, I agree. I think that Paul believed in a physical resurrection. I'm not a mythicist. If you look at all of Paul's writings, it seems to be that he understood it as a physical manifestation, not a spiritual one.
Then, if it was a physical resurrection, what do you mean? Do you mean that like his body in heaven is not the same as the one on earth?
No, it couldn't have been. When he was on earth, he was walking through walls. Have you read the Gospels? After he resurrected, he was literally walking through walls.
Well, yeah, of course.
With a human body?
Well, with a miracle, of course.
With the exact analogy that Paul uses is that it's kind of like a seed that is buried in the earth. And it's not the seed that raises; it's a plant that comes. It's the plant which shoots forth from the seed. The plant isn't the seed. The plant comes from the seed. Paul envisioned Jesus as having an earthly body and a separate, completely separate, a spiritual body that rose forth from his physical body. That's why he calls him a life-giving spirit, and compares him to Adam, who had a physical body.
Yes, I actually had watched a video just on that issue. It actually defends that that's not the case, but I right now don't remember all the arguments. So I will have to see to recheck that later, and maybe we can discuss it in another day. But for now, let me Justin, can I read? Okay, can I share my screen?
Yeah, you really want to read me this quote from the early church? Go ahead.
Well, it's not the early church. It's a medieval, but it's about your point
it's
that you
medieval?
made that post-Tridentine. You know what Tridentine is?
Why do I care what some guy in the medieval period said?
The point is to show what Orthodox Trinitarianism actually teaches. For example, with your original point...
And you're going to the medieval period.
Well, do you think that the Catholic Church in the medieval period was very serious on Trinitarian Orthodoxy?
Yes.
I mean,
have you ever read Aquinas?
Yes, he was. I actually have read some of the works of Aquinas. I also know that they burned heretics at the stake if they were adamant on their denial of the Trinity. So we go to that. We get to that. Hold on. Let me get here it is. So the Father is God, the Son is God, therefore the Father is the Son. According, if we follow it, identity, right? Allegedly.
Yeah, if you believe in the law of identity, you have to.
Okay. Can you read this thing? Hold on. There it is.
I can't. I have no idea what you're showing.
Can you enhance that? I think that you can put it here.
Are we waiting for something?
I have no idea what he's doing.
No, just supposed to read that. Can you? And
you know we
read what?
Right?
We can't see anything you're
what
doing.
It is there? You need closer?
No,
you're
sort of what? We can see your screen.
I'm gonna read it myself. Oh. Okay. So the principle that you're applying is that if two things are identical to a theory, they are identical to each other, right? Hello? Is that the principle that you're applying?
The law of identity, yes. If A is C and B is C, then A and B and C are all the same identity.
Perfect. Let me read you this. So Saint Robert Bellarmine says, I say that principle is not true universally except when the two things are equal to a t. What?
So the law of logic isn't true?
No. It is true, but let me continue. It is not true universally except when the two things are equal to a third.
It's not universal. You just said it's not universal. Law of identity is not universal. Why would you think
that?
Well,
it is universal, but only
when I special plead for the Trinity, you mean?
No, hold on. Except when the two things are equal to a third thing adequately, as in mathematics. where if two lines are equal to a third, universally they will be equal to each other because there is found complete adequateness. However, if you say man and horse are the same thing with an animal, therefore they are the same thing
Well,
between themselves. This
man
is
and
not.
horse are not identities; they're categories.
Yeah, exactly. That's the point that I'm trying to get at.
So you think
That
God is
is
a category?
yeah, we will actually say
Oh my
that
God! So
divinity.
you're a polytheist? If God has categories, then Jesus is just another God.
That's the thing with, well, we will call it a quasi-universal. It's not like a universal like humanity. It's a quasi-universal, but it has similarities with it.
Welcome to
Yes.
polytheism, bud.
Well, do you think this is polytheism because this is just what Saint Robert Bellarmine is teaching back then in the medieval period? So
what?
I mean,
he has
so
the same
the
problem
point
you have. You don't realize that you believe in polytheism now.
in polytheism, we will say that that's not the case because the divinity is one. There is one real divinity
There's
that is
not one.
communicated.
There's Jesus, the Father, and the Holy Spirit. There's three. If they don't
Yes,
share,
and
if they don't share an identity, if God is just a category, then there's three gods.
okay, hold on, wait a second.
This is some Terrence Howard level math right here.
What? Trinitarian level math, did you say?
No, he just ignored me, bud.
Okay, well. We
This
will
is why,
say
that's
that.
why there's no Catholic engineers. They didn't teach you proper math. They thought 1 + 1 + 1 = 1.
Hold on. I'm sure I can find you some Catholic engineer out there, but that's not the point.
I'm joking.
Yes, I know. I'm joking too. So basically, we will say that since there is only one divinity, and that will be one divine essence, which
There's
subsists
not.
in three.
No, there's three divinities. Jesus,
No,
Yahweh, and the Holy Spirit. Three divinities.
they are not three divinities. They are.
But they're distinct from each other. If there's a distinction, that means there's three of them.
Yeah, there are three persons, but one divinity.
Okay, so if you have three entities that are distinct from each other in the same category, you have three of the same category.
I don't know why he thinks we should give a shit about people who lived hundreds and hundreds of years after the people who wrote the Bible and had no conception of anything he's saying.
I know, right?
No conception of what?
Of the things you were talking about. The biblical authors have no conception of anything you were talking about.
I will not think that.
Progressive revelation, Dalton. Come on.
Progressive revelation. Oh well, there is progressive revelation from like
which I think is actually according to Orthodox and Catholic theology, there is no more revelation after the time of Jesus. So
technically, it's not after the time of Jesus, but after the time of the Apostle John, which will be late first century. But even after that, there is infallible council that can define dogma.
Yeah. Okay, so here's the deal. Go. It's
Okay.
late. I have to end stream. I can't stay up late talking to you. As enjoyable as you are, I've got to read the rest of the super chats and get myself to bed. I love a good debate on the Trinity, but every conversation we have goes like 2 hours, and so I don't.
That's unfortunate.
I don't think the night's going to be your night on winning the Trinity debate.
Yeah, maybe it is. I'm still not ready for this, but maybe we can one day have a moderated debate, just the two of us, if you want it.
I mean, I'm not particularly interested in. I get paid to do this debate.
I would love to see you talk to Justin about messianic prophecies.
Oh boy. I would. Messianic prophecy is a very tough issue, dude.
Yeah, because it's not philosophy, right? Yeah, it requires you to actually read the Bible and talk about the Bible. I get it. Very tough.
Well, maybe when I finish my whole reading of the Bible, we can do that. But at least I got to show you, Justin, that even in the medieval period, when Trinitarian Orthodoxy is very heavy, there were people directly saying that the Father and God and the Son and God and the Spirit and God are not identical in the absolute sense. Therefore, transitivity does not apply.
You can't have non-absolute identity.
In modern logic, indeed.
We just went over this. You can't have non-absolute identities because then you create categories. And if God is a category, then you just got three different gods. We can go round and round on this. The guy that you're quoting doesn't understand what he's saying any more than you do.
Well, if you may say so. But actually, have you ever like is Sarah, is something funny here?
Yeah,
Right.
go the like Justin said a thing, and instead of engaging with the thing, you just said if you say so, and then pivoted to another thing, which I found amusing.
Well, my bad in that case. What
Right.
was the thing that you wanted me to engage?
Yeah,
It's
don't
okay.
worry
I
about
think
it, Go.
Justin's ending the stream. Although if anyone wants to come hang out, I think I'm gonna go live for a little while.
Yeah.
So yeah,
All right.
woo,
Jude?
guys come hang out with me.
All right, friends. I'm gonna read super chats, and then it looks like the party's over at Sarah's stream.
Woohoo!
All right, let me get to him. Erzmont, my friend, good to see you tonight, says, for the Swamp Thing reference. Hey, I appreciate that. A big W for supporting. And if you haven't watched Swamp Thing, I mean, it's a good 90s flick. I'm sorry, it's not good. It's just, if you lived in the 90s, you knew about Swamp Thing. Martin says, followed Blitz here from Ian's live. Well, shit. Thanks for being here, Martin. Sometimes when a guest joins up on my box, they'll bring in their followers. I like that. And Wraith, thank you for the $2 super thanks. I appreciate that. And Godwin says, thank you for your donation. Godwin, I say to you, thank you for your donation, friend. And Dexter's Lab, thank you for your donation, says, alien who eats poo. Alf was my hero. Pooch, I think you meant. He always wants to eat the pets, not his poo. Did I miss something?
Nope, that is a another word for another.
I see. Yeah, the dirty word. You couldn't type it out. Dexter. I don't think he ever tried to do that. I think you're referring to that as the cat. You're using that as a name for the cat. You could just say cat. You don't have to do all the. But thank you anyways. And Douglas says thank you for your donation. Well, Douglas, I appreciate that. Thank you for yours. And you leftover pizza as well. Mono is one. Singularity. Checkmate. Well, I see what you did. You took mono and singular, and you did a checkmate. That's funny. I'll give you that. That's funny. And then Mega Deconstruct says the caller is the definition of Dunning-Kruger. We've had a couple tonight actually that really.
I think there was. I know it all.
Yeah.
Like his name was I know it all.
Like he fit the mold. The mold was made for him. Jester says, where's Hanji at? She is so cool. Hanji is so cool. She hasn't been on the show since like last December, but she's still around the community. She's still helping out on some live streams. We love and appreciate Hanji. Go find Hanji on TikTok. Let her know that you love her and follow her and follow her work. TTV says, I have 4 3D printers if you need help. I'm good, TT. I've got some myself. I'm not looking to 3D print souvenirs. It looks like Crystal is. I just need to scan the models for Crystal. Honeycomb says, have you guys ever read Epictetus's and Marcus Aurelius's philosophies that mention a form of God suitable to their philosophical views? Just curious. I have not read either of those two. You guys?
I've got one of Marcus's books on my shelf. I just haven't opened it up.
Yeah,
I've read Marcus Aurelius, but not the other guy.
Yeah, sir, you strike me as a person who probably read Meditations.
Yeah, that's the one I got on my shelf. I just haven't opened it yet.
Yeah. Dr. David says, rock hard for Doug. Glad to be back tonight despite Storm Army. Well, I don't know what Storm Army means, but I'm glad that you're back, friend. Oh my gosh, that's why. Amy. Wait, who's Amy? That didn't fix it. Wait, who's Amy?
Yeah.
Despite storm. Oh, there's a tropical storm named Amy. Is that what you're saying?
I
didn't know about that. Are you in Florida, Dr. David? I got questions now. Dexter's Lab again says Doug communion wafers should just be rock candy. That's actually a really good point. We should do the body and the body of Doug for communion, and it's supposed to be pop rocks. That's what we should do. Pop rocks. It's Rubik's says Christianity is just acceptable Stockholm Syndrome. Couldn't agree more. We used to do that topic. Christianity is Stockholm Syndrome. We haven't done it in a minute though. Noko says Doug is watching you. Doug is watching you. He's got googly eyes behind me. He sees everything that's happening, friends. And Woolite says Doug and Doug sound the same because Doug is deep inside us all. Indeed, he is.
There was such a great "that's what she said" joke that happened. Like I was prompted in the comments, but the person who was making the comment seemed really sincere, and I thought she might be offended if I said that's what she said. But like, I really wanted to do it, and I let it go by.
Yeah, I shouldn't let that go by. You gotta take advantage of that.
I know.
Tell Justin Storm Amy is in the UK.
Oh fuck. Okay.
That's
UK.
what I remember. Yeah.
Well, be safe, friends. Be safe. Twisted Scriptures, good to see you tonight. It says, thank you for your donation. Twisted Scriptures, thank you for your donation, and I hope you're doing well. We got a double, actually. Another thank you for your donation. Well, Twisted, thank you. I appreciate that. Libra the Skeptic is also with us. Good to see you, Libra. Says, my suggestion, praise be to Pebbles. Mara, thank you for the hand hearts. I appreciate that. Yeah, we don't have Pebbles slogans yet. We got to work on Pebbles and Rocky slogans. Maybe we should put a list up in the Discord. Jay said Christians correlating Kirk's time of you know what to John 12:23. Matt Delahunty asked why they didn't choose Acts 12:23, not trying to break policies. Yeah, I mean, I get that. What's Acts 12? That's just after the Gentiles are baptized, the Holy Spirit comes.
And immediately, because he had not given the glory to God, an angel of the Lord struck him down, and he was eaten by worms and died.
That's what it is. That's what it is. They only got partial revelation. We got the full revelation. And Twisted, thank you for the additional super chat. Twisted says, thank you for all you do. Everything I've unlearned about the Bible, I learned from Justin. Well, thank you, Twisted. I really appreciate that. And I try to keep learning myself. It's fun it's not fun if you quit learning. Chris says, I had to leave. Did you see my super chat about robbing Peter to pay Paul? Yes, Chris, we saw it and we already read it and discussed it. But yes, we did. And thank you for supporting the channel, friend. Libra again with a super chat. Thank you, friend. Says rock hard for Doug is rock hard for Doug. Sinfully wet for Sharon. Rocking out for Rocky. I could go rocking out for Rocky. And refreshing praise be for Pebbles. PBFP. The quadrinity. I don't know what we're going to do with Pebbles yet, but rocking out for Rocky I like a lot. That's a good one. Twisted says, thank you for your donation. Well, Twisted, again, thank you so much for your donation. And Matt Rock, what a divine name. Matt says 99% of apologists stop scrolling down right before hitting the magical winning definition. Yeah, actually, when it comes to looking up words, like we're in the Thayer's Greek lexicon there, or in like the BDAG, they will scour the page for like one word that says what they want it to say rather than reading all the definitions because they just think that's how definitions work, but that's certainly not how that works. And Dr. David says, Dark DZ, I have friends verse MDiv. The caller still thought he was onto something. This is why the rapture is needed. I know, although to be fair, that guy wouldn't have been raptured. He's not going to make the cut. But, I mean, one could hope, right? Tim, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says nothing funnier than when you get on your own show and, when they get on your show and try to tell you how your show goes. Like, hey, numbnuts, Justin is God here. Actually, that is true. In here, I mean, I enforce the rules. You don't get much of a choice on that unless you're really, really nice. If you're really nice, I'll let you bend the rules. And Snipnut, great to see you tonight. Thank you for the super chat. It says, do you know of Neo Woo Woo? I am not aware of Neo Woo Woo. I knew of Woo Woo, not Neo Woo Woo. No views on Neo Woo Woo I know of. How about you? Well, that's a lot of woo woo in one super chat. And I don't know anything about Neo Woo Woo. I know minimal about regular woo woo. So it sounds like we need to have a conversation about Neo Woo Woo.
That is the most you have ever said those two syllables.
I know. I hate myself for having to say it out loud. Someone's probably going to clip it. Oh, boy. Alex, thank you for the super chat. It says, dog, not Doug, dog is one letter away from God. Explains my many Aussies entitlement. Praise Doug. That's exactly it. Sorry, you missed that. You might have missed that conversation earlier. Some guy tried to say that God is real because God and good are from the same etymological root, even though they're not. It was bad.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
That's
Jay
bad.
says, I have appreciated few moments in all of visual media more than the moment of silence that followed you, proving to that guy that you went to seminary. I know it's funny when you say that, they're like in disbelief. Why would you be in disbelief that a guy went to seminary? A lot of people do it. Coco says, this is for the education he just got. Well, thank you, Coco. I appreciate that. And unlike Paul, I don't have to make tense. I make arguments. Joni, thank you for the $5. Says, stay consistent in your argument, he says. Oh, I know.
No.
I'll never understand guests that demand that I stay consistent while they're like literally going off-road in a 4x4 trying to avoid the right lane at all costs. Adam, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, good God Almighty, I'm free at last. Listen, we're glad you're free. It sounds like you probably left the same cult we all did. Tim says, Noah, quick, one of the unicorns is escaping. That's why they didn't survive, actually. They just didn't make the cut. They missed the boat. Reverend Danger says, dangerously stupid people tonight. I know, Reverend. The crowd tonight was a full moon crowd. It was a rough one.
Oh, no.
Yeah, Sarah, it was wild. We had some crazy guests tonight. We had a couple good ones too, though. Chris, yeah, it was all right. What do you personally think happens when we die? Reincarnation, heaven, hell, or nothing? Well, Chris, thanks for the super chat. And I think nothing. I think we just go to the ground, we become fertilizer and worm food, and that's the end. And it's not a pleasant thought, but it seems to align with all the data that we have. Smack, thank you for the 100 NOK, says, I can do Trump. I introduce progressive Trump for those who need it. When you have a slow night, let me know, and you will hear the annoying voice you hate so much, but delivering love and reassurance. Smack, I'm down for a good Trump impersonation. I'm okay with that. Chris, again.
No.
I like an impersonation.
I mean, yeah, but like that one. Ooh, I'm good. Okay, I gotta go.
That's a special popcorn you're consuming over there. Go start your live stream. I'll send everybody over there in a couple minutes.
Okay, sounds good. Bye.
Chris, thank you for the additional super chat. Chris says, what do you personally believe happens when you pass away? Oh, we just talked about this. Chris, I don't believe anything happens, unfortunately. Jen, thank you for the $2 super chat. Says, are pop rocks for Doug like baby paste for humans? No. Pop rocks are given by Doug for our enjoyment. And Gretchen says, pop rocks may be for Rocky and Pebbles. It's candy, so. Well, that's why I'm thinking Pebbles. Pop rocks goes perfectly with Pebbles because they basically are Pebbles, aren't they? Like in shape and form and all that nonsense.
Yeah, they basically the same thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Rock hard for Doug. Great to see you tonight, my friend. I appreciate the $10 super chat. It says Jenny Wren called going through the initial grief stages of deconstruction, and the site Recovering from Religion has people to chat or call in to talk about just the these issues, who can listen and help. Okay, so I think Rock hard, you're right. Jenny, are you saying called or should call the Recovering from Religion? I may not fully understand what you're saying here, Rockhard, but I agree that if you're deconstructing, please, by all means, get in contact with the Recovering from Religion. And Kenneth, thank you for the hat. I really appreciate that. La Paquette, thank you for the hand hearts. I really appreciate that. And Dr. Joe, thank you for all the hand hearts. I appreciate that too on TikTok. And Shanier, thank you for the face paint. I really appreciate that, friend. Unashamed Apostate, thank you for the super chat. It says, a rapture limerick. Okay, this is going to be good. They claimed we'd be left here in pain while they'd scratch a fast heavenly rain, but the whistle was fake and the trip's a mistake. Now we're all here stuck together so lame. Now we're all stuck together so lame. I liked it. I think that the end could use some work, but I did like it. We are kind of stuck here, but like the part that needed to go away so that we were stuck together didn't go away yet. But we're going to get there. If we don't eradicate Christianity, maybe they'll get raptured. We'll see. Nathan says, hey, Justin, you're my favorite content creator. Today is my birthday. I'm 39. Rock hard for Doug. Cheers to everyone for tonight we drink. Nathan, I hope you are enjoying your imbibing. I hope this is the best birthday imbibing you've ever encountered, and pray to Doug for your headaches to not be rock hard tomorrow. Fosco, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, grew up in a fundamentalist house that became messianic. That happens a lot, actually. I deconstructed when I was 15. There's more. There's more, actually. Yeah. We have to get Chet involved sometime. I was 15 because of many of the same arguments you and Ian have filled a void Hitchens left. I'm tickled that anyone would include me in the same phrase as Hitchens, but I really appreciate the sentiment.
Listen, as great as Hitchens was, dude, I think you're like leagues above Hitchens.
We'll find out. Time will tell. I appreciate the vote of confidence, though, friends. Jackson, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says you should always grant them that the disciples died for their beliefs, then ask about the people who lived or who died modern day cults. That makes their cult real. So this is actually a good thing we could do. We could say, okay, we could grant it. If you die for your religion, if you martyr for your religion must be true. Well, in that case, then that means all these other religions are true. We could run that argument.
I already know the counter apologetic. They'd say, well, they're not privileged to know whether or not whether what they believe is true or not. The apostles would have known because they were eyewitnesses. Blah 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 blah.
It'll definitely be a special pleading for sure. Corvin, thank you for this 666. Hell Nero says AI will either destroy us or create a utopia we can't imagine. Can the Bible be reasonably interpreted to support either of these outcomes? No. There's nothing in the Bible about AI. No matter what anyone tells you, this is not an AI book. But good question, Corvin. I appreciate that. And another 666. Thank you so much, Philip. Hail Satan this time. Can I become competent at Hebrew without going to Bible school? Fucking hey, you can. Dalton did it. I want to prove to my family and peers that I am not just apathetic. You're not. You can start by using like Rosetta Stone or Duolingo. You can learn Hebrew. If you want to learn biblical Hebrew, you really have to start with an actual text. I like the text by Practico, Basics of Biblical Hebrew, but there are others. There's lots of ways to learn biblical Hebrew.
I just learned the alphabet. I learned basic nouns and verbs, and then I bought an English Hebrew Bible and just read it like no one's business, and then bought a Bible that was only Hebrew in order to force myself to read it. So, but there are probably better ways.
Repetition is the key. If you don't practice it every day, it's hard to get good. And speaking it and reading it are two different things. What you're trying to do, start easy and learn to read it. Don't worry about trying to speak everything right away. Tim, thank you for the super chat. Says, if the wine is the blood of Christ and you cannot get blood from a stone, what will Duggites use for communion? Kool-Aid, pun intended. Oh, first of all, I appreciate that. It's a good pun. But no, there are actually stones that do contain water molecules, as it's been dubbed. That they actually hold water. It's not necessarily true. They hold the molecules required to make water, so it's not quite the same. But there are stones for sure that can release water. In fact, sometimes if you open like an agate, sometimes isn't there moisture on the inside of an agate?
Yeah, they sweat for sure. The moisture caught in it releases, but not like Moses, but still.
Yeah. So go ahead, enjoy the moisture of Doug. Orin, thank you so much for the super chat. It says Sharon is the only god in clouds because she's moist. Yes, indeed, Sharon is. She is the goddess of moistness. Look, this is going to get bad. Dwayne, thank you for the 616. Hail Nero says, how mainstream were original sin and the Trinity before the council made it official, 4th century? Was it common to not believe in those? That's a good question. I never researched the pre-Nicene or the anti-Nicene concept of original sin. It kind of seems like it developed around the same time as the writing of the book of Hebrews. I can't guarantee it, but my guess is that there are some early documents that refer to it that we could reference. I just haven't done it yet. But that's a good question. Dwayne, shoot me a DM on Discord because I'd love to have a reminder to look into this. I can definitely look into it. Mere Banana, thank you for $5 super chat, says, can you stop being selfish with your time and start streaming 20 hours per day? I need your content on speed dial, big dog. You cold as hell. I'm sorry, Mere Banana. I'd stream longer if I could. But the reality is I can't. I do what I can, though. I promise I'll stream as much as I can. Thank you for the super chat, though. And Adam says, please add his what to the soundboard? Oh, yeah, I do need to add that to the soundboard. I did add some new stuff to the soundboard recently. I've got There's No Crying in Baseball. I've got Emotional Damage. I've got John Cena. But you're right. There are some things sometimes that the guests will say that should be added to the soundboard. We'll have to work on that. Good Question says, for your favorite beverage tomorrow. Thank you. Good question. I appreciate that. I will definitely have a Kraken or a tequila or something delicious on your behalf. I appreciate that, friend. And Dr. Fudge, thank you for the $10 super chat, says Doug communion wafers should be silicon wafers. Oh, that's a good idea. I could hook you up. They're like 10 grand each, but sacrifices must be made.
Jeez.
I don't know if I need that, friend. I can take apart a CPU most likely and get a wafer. Don't worry about sending me $10,000 worth of silicon. I'm good. Thank you, though. And Bluebird, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, thank you all. Great to see my favorites tonight. Sarah, Dalton, and Jay, of course. Much love. Well, thank you, Bluebird. Really appreciate that. And Dalton and Sarah are amazing. They're amazing creators. If you're not following both of them, Doug is sad. Dumble Dad, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, never stop. Big love from Australia. Well, Dumble Dad, I won't be stopping. I will never stop doing this. Dumble Dad, again, thank you so much for the additional. It says, I too went to seminary, not getting that time back. I can now contemplate my own existence in dead languages, though. So there's that. I know, Dumble Dad. There's a lot of people that deconstructed and left in Bible college or seminary. You're not alone. You are not alone, my friend. I'd love sometime to have a conversation offline about your deconstruction during seminary or post-seminary. I'd be curious to know what the sticky points were for you. Now, with that said, that's all of our super chats. Yeah, Tove Mayo. That's very good, friends. So that's the end of the live stream, friends. Sorry we couldn't do a late one tonight, but we're going to go to Sarah's live stream. She should be live right now. Her handle is @LeavingFaith. Throw it in the comments, @LeavingFaith, friends. Go raid Sarah's live stream. I'll be over there in just a few moments to chirp in the comments and before I go to bed. Thank you so much for being here, friends. Thank you for all the likes and shares and support and supers. And Dalton, thank you for being here as well, my friend.
Happy to be here. Shalom.
Cheers, friends.